Oi. Bom dia. Bom dia, gente.
Good morning. Good morning. Before we begin, we'll give the floor to our secretary. We'll now begin the second day's work, which is the panel on inclusive social development in Latin America and Caribbean, poverty, hunger, and the trap of high inequality, low social mobility, and weak social cohesion. The panel will be moderated by Alberto Arenas, Chief of Social Development Division at ECLAC. We'll be hearing Wellington Dias, Minister of Social Development and Assistance, Family Affairs in Brazil, Estefania Rodriguez, Acting Undersecretary of Non-Contributory Insurance in the Ministry of Human Development of Ecuador, Berta Zapeta, Vice Minister of Social Development in Guatemala, Maria Inés Esquivel, Technical Secretary of Social Cabinet of Panama, and Mauricio Rodriguez. We welcome them all. I'll give the floor to our chairperson, Alberto Arena, who is now chairing this panel. Thank you very much, Luis. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, vice ministers, authorities, and authorities for social development or equivalent authorities in Latin America and the Caribbean, and representatives of international organizations of the United Nations, delegations, teams from UNDP and ECLAC staff. We're opening the first panel of the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and Caribbean, the 7th meeting of Latin America and Caribbean for inclusive development in Latin America and the Caribbean on poverty, hunger, and the trap of high inequality and low social mobility. This is part of the discussions we will be having throughout the day tomorrow morning, and in preparing the second World Conference in November this year, 30 years after the first World Summit on Social Development in Copenhagen in 1995. In that context, we have been going through new and profound transformations such as climate change, migrations, growth of the populations, technological progress in different situations of violence. These problems are a challenge to social policies in our countries. And the objective of this panel is to exchange our ambitions on opportunities and objectives around the eradication of poverty, hunger, the reduction of inequality, and strengthening the social mobility as fundamental possibilities for inclusive social development. Mr. Secretary, you've already mentioned that and I will not repeat, you mentioned who's speaking. I'll just talk about the methodology. Each speaker will have a first presentation of 5 minutes. Then we'll have a second round, a briefer round of maybe another 3-4 minutes, where the presentations will focus on the following question. In this first round, we will be talking about the questions that we have shared. First of all, the struggle against poverty, hunger, and inequality and the events guiding countries' social policies. What should be the priorities to be adopted by countries to achieve substantive progress in this matter? And in terms of social cohesion, have to bring us together. We'll begin with a presentation of Mr. Wellington Dias, Minister of Social Development and Assistance, Family and Fight Against Hunger in Brazil. He is also the chair of this regional conference. Thank you, Mr. Minister. The floor is yours. Good morning, Alberto Arenas, my dear friend. I also greet the other members at the head table. I first of all would like to say how pleased I am to see how this report has included the importance of Latin America and Caribbean in taking to the Doha Social Summit this key point of a pact for inclusive social development. Looking at the concept of social development linked to overall development. I know that each country today, we have controversies around social treaties looking at this issue of development. This is also the case in Brazil. I recall when President Lula took office in his third mandate, we had to choose names for the ministries. And it was a real debate. Even the word development guiding the mission of my ministry. It was very common in social terms to talk about basic protection and specialized forms of protection, and it's always a social mission. The big challenge, however, is that human beings need to take steps. On the one hand, that we have the importance of political decisions by a country to place social issues, as President Lula has also said, in the budget, to put the poor people in the budget, and at the same time guarantee conditions for fair fiscal policies that can hold up those policies. In Brazil, we have an annual budget. You're very welcome. Pleasure to have you with us. We're working on a budget of approximately 300 billion reais per year, focusing on ensuring protection in all regions of the countries and caring for people in a registry of 93 million people included right now. We have our system is that even when people have moved up to the middle class, from poverty to middle class, they're still in the registry. We designed a model where people who get into the registry because they are vulnerable, when they get into it once, they stay there. And of course, there are rules for the several stages. So development has a number of integrated actions. Experience has shown that education is a strong basis. So if we ensure for each family, and inside each family, each person, we have a plan focused on education, then the children, for example, are enrolled and will be able to learn to read and write at the right age, and then complete a cycle of education until they come out with a profession. They experience, in a study done by the World Bank with the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in Brazil on 20 years of the Family Stipend, the Bolsa Família program, shows that in education, those that are able to come out, go out of the above the poverty line and not go back to the poverty, much less to extreme poverty. That's a very important, education is very important pillar. Health as well is very important to accompany pregnant women, the babies, children, adolescents, for us to have healthy human beings at all phases of their lives. And the big challenge here, and for Latin America and the Caribbean, is that we have greater longevity, or that life expectation is longer, but that also increases the share of the elderly people to be cared for. And the care policy is a goal that must be more and more included in the priorities. The guarantee of social aspects being part of the economic development strategy for a country means that sustainable growth in a country must be based on firm policies to support the most vulnerable people who have the greatest needs. And that ensures the inclusion, social, economic inclusion, and allows those families and individuals, nuclei of people, that they be part of the economy, working, having jobs with small businesses. And that has had great results in the case of Brazil. To give you an idea, within the social area, we created a national secretariat for social economic inclusion with a major plan including education in states and municipalities and involving the private sector. We have ensured the conditions for people to be part of the economic plan, to see where growth is going in commerce, industry, agriculture, tourism, in each sector of the economy, and how we can work with the public and private sectors on the training for employment and for small businesses. And I would conclude here talking about the importance of what we are discussing here. When a country begins to support those who are in greatest need, transferring income with many different opportunities made available, alternatives for housing, energy, communication, there are many different needs. Look at the impacts. The country grows. We're growing a little more than 3% per year. This generates a positive impact on employment. In Brazil, since January this year, more than 4.1 million new jobs created. Of those, 90% are people in the social registry, people who in the past depended on the family stipend. Some of them with higher incomes now are above the poverty line as paid employees, and they're able to consume. That has an impact on the economy itself, their consumption. Also support for small businesses in the rural areas and urban areas. 9 million new small businesses in the same period, January to June this year, and 5.2 million small businesses are people that come from the social registry. And when we look at the kind of jobs created, 70% of the new jobs are for people in small businesses. So really, this social aspect is part of an economic strategy. And that's the banner that we all defend for the sustainability of financing giving greater priority to the social dimension. Normally, the Minister of the Economy or the Minister of the Treasury in each country works as if economic dimension was one thing and social was something else. But when we work in an integrated manner between social as a strategic part of economic development, there is an understanding that what we're investing, right, not just spending, investing in social dimensions ensures an impact on the economy itself. So those are my words to say that we are reducing vulnerability in Brazil, which today would have 28 million families depending on income transfers. And in September now, we are covering 18 million. That's 10 million fewer than it would be without these programs. So people are moving out of poverty, and that brings more equality and ensures a sustainable cycle. So those are my words, and I want to congratulate ECLAC and to say that together we can work with blocks of other countries in the world so that in the World Summit in Doha, we can give a strong embrace to this pact for inclusive social development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very substantial figures, and thank you for sharing them. Today we have 10 million families in a program, families to which a social economic solution is given. Therefore, they have become more autonomous. And as you mentioned, Minister, an approach by means of comprehensive public policies throughout their lifetime. We now have a presentation by Estefania Enriquez, acting Undersecretary of Non-Contributory Insurance, Contingencies and Operations, Ministry of Human Development of Ecuador. Estefania, you have the floor for 5 minutes. Good morning, one and all. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you to share our views and experience on this critical topic for all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to use the opportunity to strengthen our voice as a region and as we work to build a global pact for inclusive social development. I am quite certain that for the region, the efforts to fight poverty, hunger, and inequality are the guiding principle and pillar of our social policy. In the context of multiple crises, i.e., economic, climate, social, and migration crises, our countries have recognized that it is not enough to uphold traditional assistance-oriented programs, but rather it is now necessary to move towards more comprehensive social protection systems that will be universal, sustainable, and resilient in nature. Universal in that they should offer coverage to everyone without any discrimination whatsoever, and also in such a way as to offer universal access to healthcare, education, and social security, mainly. Sustainable in that there should be adequate financing available so that social protection systems be aligned and adapted to demographic, economic, and even climate changes. Resilient in that social protection systems should ideally be able to absorb and respond to economic and or social shocks. They should also be supported by a strong social cohesion and solidarity component. If on the one hand, Latin American countries have achieved substantial accomplishments in non-contributory cash transfer systems and programs, we still have structural hurdles that perpetuate inequality and exclusion. One of the key challenges is financial sustainability, meaning ensuring that the fiscal resources available will enable expansion of programs without, of course, jeopardizing or somehow impairing the country's fiscal stability. we should also, of course, adapt ourselves to social demographic changes, which means to simultaneously meet the needs of two different agendas. Number one, the speedy aging of the population, which requires greater coverage by means of non contributory pension benefits, care systems. And on the other hand, it also requires priority attention to early childhood. That is key to help us overcome the intergeneration poverty cycles. Yet another key challenge is the recognition of care as a right and as a strategic public policy. Millions of women and men, but mostly women, perform non remunerated, unpaid work and devote all of their time to take care of children and elderly adults and family members who are somehow disabled, which, of course, limits their access to social security benefits and also further deepens gender inequality. It is also urgent to make progress towards integration with contributory systems, thereby overcoming the historic division between those who have a good job and have access to contributory social security as opposed to those who actually depend on social assistance welfare programs so as to ultimately build a more equitable system. To overcome these challenges, monetary non contributory cash transfers should be complemented by means of strategic priorities. Number one, by strengthening the social identification registry for the vulnerable population in any given country. That should be a tool that will indeed ensure fair and accurate identification of the beneficiaries or recipients of the benefits in the population to whom the assistance or aid should get to, thereby avoiding any kind of exclusion in social protection systems. Secondly, it is also important to make progress towards the digitization of payments and services so that there be not only a timely delivery of benefits, but also so as to ensure that their coverage can be expanded to rural areas or remote areas of difficult access. It is just it is also important to ensure interinstitutional coordination with sectors such as healthcare, education, and labor so as to achieve true universal coverage. A cash transfer should not be an end in itself, but rather a means to foster social inclusion and economic inclusion so as to improve the population's skill sets, which in turn will, of course, open the door for social mobility, social and economic mobility in the long term. The overall purpose for all of us as countries is quite clear. We wish to move towards a comprehensive social protection system that will also be universal and resilient in nature, capable of ensuring dignity and rights in all stages of one's life cycle, from early childhood, as I mentioned, all the way up to the elderly population. In conclusion, may I launch a call for the fight against hunger and inequality. This should not, cannot possibly be an isolated country by each, or an isolated effort by each country, but it should be a shared commitment towards social investment, the multilateral system, and international cooperation. The global pact for social inclusive development should not just be an aspiration or a dream, but rather be taken up as an economic, ethical, political urgency so that we do not leave anyone behind in terms of the social development agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your remarks. The four features of a social protection system: universal, sustainable, resilient, the three features. As mentioned by Minister Diaz, social protection should be available in the course of one's life cycle. We will now hear Vice Minister Beta Sapeta, Vice Minister for Social Development, Ministry of Social Development of Guatemala. It gives us great pleasure to have you here in this panel session. Madam Vice Minister, you have the floor. And for the next 5 minutes, Do you have the questions, Madam Minister? Yes, good. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Good morning. Good morning. Satarik using one of the Mayan languages of Guatemala. It gives me great pleasure to bring a sense of enthusiasm and joy in such a beautiful panel session talking about inclusive social development in Latin America and the Caribbean. As we address these topics, I believe it is very important to actually resume the discussions with a sense of energy and vitality. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are countries where on a day-to-day basis we innovate, we create, we recreate, and we have proved resilient. And this is tremendous in terms of the social value. As regards the questions contained in the framework of the inclusive social development, may I say that we're actually talking about different strands of or areas of interest. I'd like to address one of them, which, in my view, is the leitmotif in our culture, in the Mayan culture. When we weave the fabric of these garments I'm wearing today, we often have, different yarns and different colors, but there's always one guiding yarn. And I believe that the guiding yarn or the leitmotif for inclusive social development is precisely our efforts to fight poverty. It is the cross-cutting yarn that cuts through all of the different areas of the interest in the social agenda in the region. As an example, may I refer to my country, Guatemala, because although we do have major challenges as a country, we have made some progress. Yesterday, data was shared about poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean, and I believe that we should. And I was trying to actually locate my country in the different charts that were shared. And let me just share with you the following information. 56% of the Guatemalan population is at poverty. These are figures for 2023. And in almost 25 years, the Gini index or ratio has remained unchanged, 0.48 in 2020 and 0.42 in 2023. Not much of a substantial change, which brings me to the following question. When the World Summit for Social Development was held in Copenhagen about 30 years ago, only 5 years went by, between these data. And in Guatemala, 68% of indigenous children suffer chronic malnutrition. Only 30% of indigenous women have access to health care. And this is the country's snapshot, the country that we have received when we took office. And if you would like to call us, this is our RRCH index for Guatemala when we took office. From this very harsh reality, we started to work firmly so that our country would no longer be in the negative statistics or invisible statistics. We would like to talk about social protection systems from a contributory and non-contributory perspective. For more than 30 years, the state apparatus forgot much of the population. They fell into oblivion. Not only did they suffer from economic poverty, but they also suffer from time poverty, very scarce time availability or availability of time. After 1.5 years in the federal administration, we have made progress in achieving best or better cost efficiencies. The household registration effort is led by one of the ministry where I work, the Ministry of Social Development. That was a major institutional innovation that has enabled us to identify, target, and prioritize households experiencing multidimensional forms of poverty. Today, we do not have as much data as Brazil. We're not as big as Brazil, but the fact is that currently more than 226,000 households have been fully documented and registered. We are using data sets, statistics, and the National Household Registration has become the magnetic compass for social protection efforts. It is indeed very important that in our fight against poverty, we use data and statistics. and be able to properly identify and map out where people are and where and how they are and what they are like and what kind of different interventions can possibly be carried out in a social protection system. Social protection is not an aid, it is a right to which the population is entitled. It is also a human right. May I also say that we have put forth an interinstitutional strategy as a model for concerted efforts. The strategy was called mano a mano, hand by hand. The strategy was consolidated, and more than 11 different state institutions are conducting actions to intervene in a comprehensive manner in terms of healthcare, education, housing, and social protection, as well as security. This strategy has shown that with political leadership and technical rigor, evidence-based planning, as well as interinstitutional coordination mechanism, it is indeed possible to make progress towards universal social protection, even if you have scarce resources. The invitation here I'd like to launch to all of you is to conduct actions in a concerted manner. The Mano a Mano Hand by Hand program in Guatemala is our strategy to fight malnutrition and poverty. Our goal is to achieve more than 250,000 households free of dirt floor, 500,000 households benefiting from non-contributory pension benefits. A third element I'd like to bring to your attention is the strategic alliance for funding and capacities. It is absolutely key to acknowledge that international cooperation and civil society are key allies in our efforts to strengthen technical capabilities and mobilizing additional funding while building more inclusive and sustainable solutions. As a fourth element, may I refer to the need to design and develop comprehensive care systems. Certain countries in the region have taken steps in that direction. Other countries are still starting efforts along these lines. And we should be very careful not to focus on women only. It is urgent and necessary to work towards the welfare of people at large and place people at the very center of the agenda of rights to social protection, and also respond by means of effective policy, by means of social justice. It is not a favor, it is everyone's right. It is absolutely necessary and urgent to rely on inclusive social protection systems. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Sapeta, for your remarks. You covered different topics. I'm just going to highlight one you mentioned at the beginning of your remarks. Moving towards inclusive social development requires essentially making progress towards eradicating poverty. And that in turn requires comprehensive policies. It also requires, as we know, a very important role of non-contributory protection systems. And as you mentioned, policies that will be available along one's life cycle. Let us now continue with our panel session. We now have a presentation by Madam Maria Esquivel, Technical Secretary of the Social Cabinet of Panama. Maria Inés, you have the floor. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. This is the first time I'm taking the floor, so I want to first of all thank our hosts for yesterday's event. Their welcome was very kind, and we thank ECLAC. Good morning. I will begin by highlighting that in Latin America and the Caribbean, the struggle against poverty, hunger, and inequality has no doubt been the driving force guiding our social policies. In the past 2 decades, we have moved in conditioned income transfer programs that have become important. In Panama, for example, malnutrition was affecting dropped to 5.3% of the population, but there are still major limitations, especially in rural and indigenous areas, and we still depend too much on external economic cycles. That leads to our first great priority, to strengthen our territorial cohesion and local support. We need policies that recognize the capacity of each territory using up-to-date and relative data such as the social registry of homes, like my other colleagues have mentioned, and the multi-dimensional approach to indigenous peoples, as well as dealing with climate change, migrations, demographic transition, and the situation of women and First Peoples. Now, moving in that direction demands facing a larger challenge of social issues. We have a crisis of citizen confidence, corruption, the fragmentation of protection systems, and the high rate of labor informality are breaking down our social contracts. So we must rebuild new social and fiscal agreements with redistribution justice. We need to transform assistance programs into production programs so that citizens not only get support but can become autonomous, productive agents. A third aspect that's key is how we translate those objectives into concrete investments. In our region, the countries spend approximately 13% of the GDP on social spending. In Panama, that is now up to 15%. Nonetheless, focusing is still weak. More than 60% of transfers do not reach those who most need them. We need to make a qualitative leap and go from social spending and assistance to productive social spending. Education, preventive health, training for job for employment, make the progress sustainable, overcome the intergenerational conflicts, improve real social mobility. First of all, we need regulatory frameworks for public issues. In Panama, we are designing a policy of sustainable social development focused on territories. We also need result-oriented budgets in multidimensional approaches. This year is the first year that the Ministry of Finance has done the planning for the 2026 budget using the IPM, the last IPM in 2023, and they were able to defend it with. All this must come with multi-level governance with decentralization, citizen participation, and public-private alliances multiplying capacities. And finally, international cooperation is indispensable. Through it, we get technical assistance and funding. In cooperation, we go beyond the funds. It means innovating public policies, methodologies for measurement and governance. South-South cooperation allows us to adapt to our realities, where the challenges for overcoming vulnerability require local solutions. So the struggle against hunger and poverty require territorial priority, production investment, new forms of governance, and active international cooperation for each person in our region to live with dignity, exercise their rights, and contribute to building a shared future. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Maria Inés. There are various issues being raised in the panel, as we have heard, such as territorial focus and institutions that we need to strengthen to move towards transforming social spending into investment, social investments with social, economic, and production impacts. Now, that's the first round. We will conclude with Almudena Fernandez, remarks. He's the chief economist for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNDP. Almudena, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Alberto. Minister Wellington Diaz, Vice Minister Capeta, and Enriquez, Sabel, Esquivel. I'm pleased to be here with you and to participate in these issues today, which is a challenge of poverty, hunger, and injustice, with new crises such as climate, technology, and moving very fast, migrations and aging of the population in most of our countries. These structural challenges are truly structural, and we have been unable to overcome them despite major progress. They are magnified with these conjunctural issues. They are condition the future of our region, are very important for the situation we're in today. I believe these three issues, poverty, hunger, and inequality, are key aspects of our different countries. It's also fundamental to talk about how they are not isolated aspects, and they cannot be dealt with in an isolated manner from each other. They relate to each other. They are perpetuated, and they belong to each other. So the public policies to deal with them must also be taken into account to consider relations amongst these issues. Development in all its expressions is actually not isolated development indicator, but a network of issues and capacities that interconnect. Poverty, for example, as we see it when we measure it in a multidimensional form, looking at a number of different circumstances that come together in keeping populations in poverty, and it's hard to fight. But although we have made great progress in understanding multidimensional poverty, but measuring those multidimensions is very difficult for public policies to really deal with the multidimensions. And some of the panel members already mentioned policies that are very sectorial in nature that do not take into account the cross-cutting issues. So we need to understand how the different dimensions of poverty interrelate and connect, and how we can move forward in certain indicators that would allow us to innovate and make progress in others or not. And other people have already said that it's not enough to have compensatory or fragmented programs that do not take into account these interrelations. That helps, but we do not make the progress that we need in the region. What we need is not just a integral policy, integrated policies, but a new social contract focused on increasing the capacities of our population to overcome structural gaps and bring more resiliency for homes to overcome uncertainties and shocks that today are almost the everyday's bread. We also mentioned the fight against inequality is not just through social policies. That's not isolated, but it has to be an economic, productive policy. And with dignified employment, universal employment policies, care policies, as Guatemala mentioned. Otherwise, the progress will be fragile and very subject to setbacks. So the questions lead us to think about each local context. We have to insist, and this conference is an evidence that of the importance of consolidating inclusive and sustainable and resilient social programs to allow certain flexibilities of these systems as the population's needs evolve. And we combine policies for reducing policies through income transfer, together with policies for basic needs and universal access to health, education, care, and employment to have more resilient and stable and less vulnerable over time. And there are two components that are important to highlight here. One, the system must be resilient itself. When an adverse event, it must be able to keep working and covering the needs that are raised by different events. And the other part is the social protection system that builds resilience beyond income transfer that do meet basic needs of the population, but some homes must have assets that allow them to go through crises without falling back into poverty without the transfers. So the social protection system should be seen in these two components. The second fundamental part of the immediate tax is more focus on productivity, as Wellington Gias said, promoting the productivity of homes on a micro level, breaking down the cycle of low productivity and high inequality in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean for so long. The homes must have greater possibility to generate income, to have the tools that would allow them to have businesses, to have access to the labor market, to innovate, and to generate their income in new ways, not just overcoming poverty today, but preventing its transmission from one generation to another and building in the homes more sustainable economic growth. The social and economic and production policies must go hand in hand. To conclude, part of the questions deal with how we should deal with social cohesion. We need to talk about that when we talk about inclusive development. All these axes we're talking about, poverty, nutrition, inequality, are clearly connected with social cohesion. High levels of inequality we see in many societies keep us away from social cohesion, with distance between groups, breaking down dialogue between people, their aspirations for where they want to live and how. And we have to bring the groups together. The lack of social cohesion and polarization exacerbate the inequality. It's a vicious cycle in these issues. And the region is living through a paradox. We have more educated and well-connected society with technology today, but where the confidence, the trust is lower, and we have greater social tensions. The number of events with social tensions are growing in our region. And so the trust in general, today Latin America and Caribbean is the most polarized region in the world, where political polarization has grown most quickly in the recent decades. We also see that the level of trust has deteriorated significantly in institutions, and also trust amongst people, in each other. More and more people say that they do not trust the other people. The only trust they have is the trust in the closest community. People, trust their local communities and environments where they know people, but they mistrust people in other groups. That means a collective action, dialogue, and the creation of coalitions to achieve common objectives is more and more difficult. And that makes it more difficult as well to achieve the new social contract with the axis of policy of poverty to overcome poverty. So there are some things that we cannot ignore. We must translate all this not just into how to overcome inequality, to build spaces for population groups.
Sounds good, very well. Of course, we do acknowledge the fact that we are a region that has yet to focus and a long way to go in terms of food and social security. The challenges, or rather, the region has been greatly affected by recent climate changes. In this regard, I believe that the several different partnerships have enabled us to make progress. And the the key issue on the table is how do you, at the same time, ensure food security coupled with the next steps and stages in the process. Each country has its own social security, contributory social security system. That system should always be the main pillar in place so as to increase that increasingly more and more people will benefit from social inclusion. And that means offering and providing protection by means of contributory social security. The challenge always, of course, involves the budget challenges facing each country. So the question is, where do you start and how do you achieve actual sustainability? When an individual requires social protection benefits, and by the way, this is not, of course, just a spending item, it can also be seen as an investment. But the fact is that there is money to be disbursed by the government. And when there is room for growth, and when growth or the expansion of growth is more than poverty, you have two gains at the same time. On the one hand, economic gains, as I mentioned earlier, but on the other hand, and at the same time, you also have savings that will in turn enable the country to invest the amount saved to meet other needs of society. Brazil is a clear cut example. The family stipend program. Earlier, I mentioned the 93 million people registered in the national registry and benefiting from income or cash transfers, about 50 million people, roughly. And when we succeed in social economic inclusion efforts, our spending goes down, and therefore we benefit from savings in the social agenda. In Brazil, over the past 2.5 years, the savings have come to about 40 billion Brazilian reals. So these are 40 billion reals that become available to meet the needs of society and to ultimately strengthen the social fabric, the social networks of vulnerable people and structure or infrastructure. By the way, we're just being joined by our dear Congresswoman Rosangela. Welcome, Congresswoman and Secretary working in the state of Rio de Janeiro. So, as I was saying, when a given country starts working on this agenda, and I have noticed that virtually all Latin American, Caribbean countries have been or have adopted school lunch programs. And when the school lunch is prepared or produced with a national strategy involving purchases from the national registry of food producers, you have income for the suppliers and, of course, alleviation of poverty for children who benefit from school lunches. So the strategy to alleviate or eradicate poverty is itself part and parcel of the social and economic inclusion strategy. So, with these remarks, may I say that in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are indeed in a position to work throughout the region based on these pathways highlighted by the ECLAC report with a view to making progress in this agenda. And I believe we can do so with moral clout, moral strength, based on our organizational efforts, which will in turn help other regions in the world to also make progress. So you can certainly count on Brazil because we believe we are in a position to make huge strides ahead and remain the region in the world that has made more progress than others. From a food security perspective, for example, on the one hand, Brazil has actually, I think it is fair to say that the world has achieved 77 million people who were otherwise suffering from food insecurity back in 2022. And in 2023, 2024, these people have been uplifted from food insecurity. And our region, this region of the world, is one of the high profile regions in this major victory. The challenge, in my view, for this region in particular consists in improving the conditions required to actually overcome poverty. And that is why the pact that places social or inclusive social development at the center of the agenda is indeed much needed for the world. But I also think it is a very suitable pathway to be pursued by Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for this intervention and also for sharing these figures, very impactful numbers of millions of people being positively impacted by these programs in a big country like Brazil, where a pretty significant example can be shared, a very special example under your leadership and presidency at this regional conference. We'd like to give the floor, or Stefania, the floor for her remarks. Another 3 minutes. Madam Secretary, you have the floor. Under Secretary, thank you. Right. I'd like to address social protection systems in Ecuador, my country. The Human Development Ministry in Ecuador, as regards social protection programs, has managed several different bonuses and non-contributory pension benefits and provided coverage to more than 1.4 million recipients in priority groups: pregnant women, children up to age 2, elderly adults, and disabled persons and families, vulnerable families who are at poverty or extreme poverty, which further underscores Ecuador's commitment to build a more fair society capable of facing up to the structural challenges of poverty, exclusion, and violence. It is important to mention that out of these 1.4 million recipients in Ecuador, approximately 21% of them are elderly adults. In other words, virtually 300,000 recipients are elderly people who are at poverty or at extreme poverty. Add to that the fact that the elderly population in Ecuador is facing a rapid demographic expansion process marked by high levels of social economic vulnerability and limited access to care and opportunity for active aging, which requires a public policy that in the long term will ensure rights, reduce inequalities, and prepare the country to face the challenge of population aging. Given the above, 2025 marks our last opportunity to benefit from this demographic bonus window of opportunity and coordinate intergenerational policies to assist not only young persons but also elderly or the elderly. The young people in Ecuador are a relative majority, so we should actually make the most of the productivity of this group of the population to support other age groups. Currently in Ecuador, we have made progress in a project called Active, Decent, Dignified, Healthy Aging, an approach that prioritizes the physical and mental welfare or well-being of our elderly people while promoting autonomy and quality of life. These instruments strengthen our technical and normative basis to establish a robust public policy nationwide. For us, comprehensive public policy should be reflected in coordination with other groups of the population, as I mentioned. Late in late 2024, Ecuador implemented a mechanism titled Young Persons in Action, which involved cash transfer to young people with a view to injecting money directly in the households and families. We want to go beyond that. We want to go beyond cash transfers. social protection should not just be about cash transfers. And through this project, Young Persons in Action, we are now targeting the development of skills for life and economic autonomy as part of an intergeneration approach. We want not only to focus on the young persons and the elderly, but we rather boost synergies to prevent future poverty and disrupt cycles of poverty so as to cover everyone throughout one's lifetime. Therefore, we have an additional approach to ensure not only opportunities for development of young people, but also ensure that care to the elderly be part of one and the same national, inclusive social protection policy. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And thank you for abiding by the time allotted in this panel session. Vice Minister Sapeta will now have the floor for 3 minutes. As regards the two questions that have been put forth to the panel session, how to translate objectives into tangible, concrete interventions, I believe that in principle it involves, at least in our case, involves addressing the four key elements or pillars of a social protection system. Number one, understand social protection or assistance as a subsystem of care, part of a broader subsystem. So a subsystem of care as well as a subsystem focusing on social security and also a social promotion subsystem. To that end, it is important to assign budget appropriations. We should be able to rely on social protection systems that in turn can rely on the budget appropriations that are required to indeed respond to, contribute to, and improve the overall standards of living of the population or a given target population in particular. These are clear challenges given the fiscal space available in each of our countries. But we believe we should start aiming at these social protection agendas. On the other hand, of course, the role performed by cooperation is absolutely key. It is critical that there be an South-South cooperation and cooperation among different organizations that will enable us to learn lessons and find pathways and exchange knowledge, experience, lessons from the different countries with which we have met, but also, of course, learn from the different alternatives that have been put in place and developed in each of the different countries. From this perspective, it is my view that it is important to strengthen social investments, and that goes hand in hand with economic investments, including people's standards of living should be perceived as a form of social investment, inasmuch as our population should be able to enjoy high standards of living. And I said earlier, we should be joyful, happy, and this is all a reflection of our overall standards of living. To have a dignified quality of life, it is therefore important that we be able to rely on social protection systems that will always place humans or the human person at the very center of the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for your remarks. And it's important, as you said, to emphasize budgeting and financial stability. Social investments must be inclusive. Now we will have the participation of Maria Inés Esquivel, Technical Secretary of the Social Office in Panama. All right, we are obviously analyzing in all the contributions that the country is providing, and about 80% go to local comarcas and the local municipalities. So we are, in the past, it was just economic. Now we also consider the social indicators and the particularities of our comarcas, and we're carrying out the first experience in indigenous lands to be able to have a measurement within the cosmovision of each locality, each territory or comarca. And so the social subsidies will be more fitting to the situation, since there have been changes in 20 years of subsidies, but they're very slow. And we have some of the response have the people who are no longer considered poor. That's what we're describing, how we are describing them. But for us to ensure that we have good results in the final analysis, now in November and December, we will be doing that first measurement using local cosmovision, and to find results, concrete results from our investments. We have also been reviewing all the social offers made by the different institutions that are not necessarily recognized as social offerings. Sometimes they show up as just part of their operations over years. So we are developing a policy for development where we think in an integrated manner and looking at a territorial basis to institutionalize this so that social spending truly be better distributed and there be a better knowledge of what the country is actually contributing in social terms. Thank you very much for sharing what you are doing now in the local territories, including indigenous territories in Panama. And now, Mr. Almoeda, in the second round of interventions, you will conclude with your remarks. And to conclude, we'll focus on funding, finance, and how these objectives become concrete financing, and how we recognize, look, in our region and globally, there are limitations to increase social spending. It's not a matter of just spending more. Countries are indebted. International aid is going down. There are certain limitations on spending. How can we improve the quality of spending, social spending? And going back to what I mentioned in my remarks, how we can find synergies in our regions that deal with the many dimensions of poverty. The care systems that the Vice Minister mentioned are examples of social investments that are actually investments in productivity, and especially in women's productivity, to facilitate access to the labor market. So how can we connect sectoral policies and find spaces to maximize the impacts of each dollar we invest? Where are the spaces that would bring together different objectives for development and where progress is clearer through investment? And also, how do we invest in building resilience in our societies? And to begin with, to avoid extraordinary spending when different adverse events arrive, such as climate or other types of impacts, that we have to have social capacity to survive those shocks. And those investments will be lower than what is being spent on response to such emergencies, random emergencies. So how we find synergies and improve the quality of spending to maximize impacts, that's fundamental. And what type of tools will give us that type of vision of the different aspects of development to decide where investment can take us the farthest. Another point that's important to think about is how we align with private investment and align that private investment with social priorities in our societies through different mechanisms that we can adopt. I think that we can help the public sector to achieve its objectives through fiscal measures, green measures, regulatory frameworks to promote labor and investments. And concluding, another question that's very important is what is the role of international cooperation in all this? The work we're doing here, having these conversations, coming up to a joint regional vision on inclusive social development, to take these conclusions to the Second World Summit, that's important to be shared, not just shared, but also to bring fresh resources for investments in digital technology, energy, and all kinds of different aspects. Thank you very much. All right, we now have another half hour for remarks by the delegations. So I would ask the delegations that would like to speak to get your plaques out in front of you to put them up. We're going to have brief remarks like we've just had now, about 3 minutes, so that we can have participation of as many countries as possible. So while you're doing that, I say the Vice Minister of Paraguay, please, Carlos Paris, please take the floor. Thank you very much, Alberto. Good morning to all. Just a question for Minister Wellington. In the public procurement in Brazil, can the government can buy directly from family farmers? What is the control when you go to subnational governments? Please go ahead, Mr. My dear Carlos Paris, first of all, it's a great honor to be together with this, together in this moment. Yes, Brazil has created legislation through a specific program on the direct purchase from family farmers. Through that system, we do the purchases of food for school meals, food for local caregiving areas for the elderly, children, migrants, people with disabilities, and so on. And we also have the purchase of food for the hospital network, for the armed forces. The form of those purchases takes place through a registry of those farmers carried out through this CONAB, which is the Brazilian company responsible for food supply, CONAB. It's a state-owned company under the Ministry of Social Development, gives funding to the CONAB. CONAB puts out a call up to a certain limit. Now it goes up to 30,000 reais in each purchase per family, for a farming family. This is for food that normally is consumed in the local region where the farmers live. We have a price table that considers the final price to the consumer. That's an advantage for the small farmer. The direct purchase by CONAB allows it to be bought at the local consumer price. So they're able to capitalize. And now we are taking 2 steps beyond that model. There are supermarket networks that are also buying directly from the small farmers. It's very common here in Brazil to see supermarket shelves or sections with family farming products. President Lula has recently launched a program to stimulate the export by small farmers. So that is a bigger step being taken. Of course, we do have farmers in different stages. Those who are still learning in a beginning age, the direct purchase from family farmers, from the individual farmers. But those others who are now able to organize their food into a supermarket shelf, they're another step beyond that. And then in the cooperative model, we're now also moving towards exports. For example, we're having our first experience with the global program, the World Food Program, which buys from small farmers, and that food ends up supplying people who need food in Gaza Strip, in Palestine, and other places where Brazil collaborates as a country together with the World Food Program and FAO, for example. And we are open to working in particular in collaboration with countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I would say this is a very important pathway for us. We also have a funding system, credit made available for small farmer. We fund their production and also the direct purchase of their harvest, the food, and also stimulating them to not depend on government purchases, that they also be able to move towards direct sale to consumers in the region, in Brazil, or through exports as well. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Wellington Dias. We now have Dominican Republic. Please, your remarks. Good morning to all the delegations. Actually, it's very interesting to hear the experiences we're sharing today. And I have 2 questions for Lovana and for the minister. First, for the minister, I would like to understand how the coordination works with the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Social Development that you had. In one of the remarks yesterday, you talked about how you map out the market needs and the alignment in the training of people on the family stipend to that type of training is important for the population to join the economy. So what is the relationship between the Ministry of Labor and your ministry, or whether you work on your own? Do you have your own exclusive segment? How do you deal with that in your general experience? Also from Modena, you spoke about the issue of the need to create resiliency. And the Dominican Republic is also working in that direction. We have major progress already made on emergency bonuses. It's an interesting experience where we have civil and social protection coming together, and now we are working for anticipatory measures to generate that process of resilience And also a few months ago, we launched, or we're talking about how resilience being involved in the process, but the population generates elements that help them to confront crises. In that sense, I would like to hear in greater depth what anticipatory measures you have that I believe you are thinking of taking. And thank you. Minister Wellington Diaz first. I also thank the delegation from Guatemala for their participation. There are two different points here. First of all, to begin with, we worked on the registry and registering the families who have some kind of vulnerability. There are many different kinds of vulnerability, such as income, but not only income. And Brazil is a country on a continental scale. We have 12,000 units for social assistance. That's a network with 12,000 local staffs present in all regions of Brazil. The country has 5,700 municipalities and 12,000 units. And in those units, you have a center for reference for social assistance, for basic care, the social assistants, there are psychopedagogues, registrars, and so on, many different professionals. And we have those people who take care of the medium and high complexity of social populations, street people, for example, migrants, immigrants, abandoned people, women who are victims of violence. Those are the CREA centers, the centers for reference on specialized social assistance, CREA. And people are registered in the basis of information, and based on that information, we see which programs will be able to care for each of them. Sometimes it's a person, an elderly person, more than 65 years old, and they have no support from the contributory Social Security. They fit into the benefit of ongoing benefits, which is a benefit for people that are over 65 years old who are not protected by Social Security, the contributory system. And at the same time, the people with disabilities who are not autonomous and meet certain requisites. The others are where people's income is below the extreme poverty line. The family stipend in Brazil covers people who are extremely poor. And when they fit into that category, they are benefited by family stipend. But our outlook is, and given the personal history of President Lula himself, it's clear to him that poverty is not just income, it is not just food. We have to look at a family in an integrated approach. Do they have a home? No. So they are registered in the My House, My Life program. We have built more than 3 million new homes, more than half of them for that audience of the family stipend and the continued benefits and social registries. A lot of that income of those people is consumed by continuous medications. People have high blood pressure or have diabetes. They need to take the same medicine for the rest of their lives. So we created a system of popular pharmacies, where today 42 continued use medicines are guaranteed free for those people who are registered. And could also say that tomorrow President Lula will be launching the Light for the People program to cover 15 million families with a subsidy for electric power. There is an electricity fund, an energy fund for upper middle class people. That energy fund is sustaining and subsidizing 15 million people, because the cost of electric power is very important for the budget of poor people. So when you don't have, they have to pay rent, they have to pay electric power. And so if they're not paying rent, they're no longer paying so much for electric power. There's more for their basic needs left over. There are 42 different programs that are organized for this audience when the single registry that we have. And we have the family stipend is the most one, but there's also a school scholarship, a stipend for children, and a savings, an initial savings for them to be able to stay in school. And another point, as I mentioned, is how we open the doors for families to move out of poverty. There's one piece of news I would share with you that I believe is very important. Overcoming poverty is probably the most complex scientific thing to achieve. Overcoming poverty scientifically is an area that is very complex. Normally in Brazil and worldwide, people use different approaches to deal with poverty. People who are trained in social service, in psychology, in several fields of food production, engineering, veterinarians, agronomists, and people who are in education as professionals. I have had dialogue with the Brazilian academics, and we're having our first experiences now, beginning with graduate studies in some of these fields, where people can do studies in overcoming poverty, and we can have a range of knowledge. And now we're moving in the technical level, in the higher level, in graduate studies, and also undergraduate and also graduate studies in this field. So we hope to be working with Latin America and the Caribbean on these issues and problems. I'll give an example, very practical example. Many countries work with programs, credit support programs for small farmers or for small business people in urban areas. Normally, what people think about there is to do a diagnosis, come up with a project, give assistance to implement a project, the accounting, and the concern with paying on time, and the payback rates. That's what banks look at. I want us to look at the family side. So how about have assistance for overcoming poverty? Who is this person? Who is the family? What are the needs that must be met and helped to give them a hand to overcome extreme poverty as a first step, to overcome poverty and move them into a middle class. That pathway, I believe, is what makes things happen, brings results. I am affirming that Brazil has been successful. About 20 million people now, in 2.5 years of the current administration, have moved out of poverty, many of them moving into the middle class. Of course, the first point is education. A farmer's son or daughter who is now an agronomist or a physician, a teacher. Of course, education is still the main foundation to overcome poverty. But we also have many success stories. I'm moved when I travel around, like in Rio de Janeiro, other places in Brazil, and we see individuals that in 2003 they were in the family stipend. They are now a businesswoman with a beauty salon, with a small store, an economic activity. That is inclusion. Inclusion through education, inclusion through several programs to overcome poverty, economic inclusion. And no doubt when we do it that way, we are even assuring their our capacity to meet highly complex situations. Sincerely, quite sincerely, no country deals with medium and high complexity of social problems. We are all falling short in dealing with street people, chemical dependence. We need to be sincere. Funding for those areas are scant. And when we carry out the overcoming of poverty, there's money left, more money being produced for what we need. So count on Brazil. We're together to learn with all of you and learn and together here for more partnerships. Thank you.
Vulnerability index towards climate action is an example for the entire region as far as progress is concerned. From the UNDP, we are proposing this concept of resilience and placing it at the very center of a new development agenda and for two interrelated topics. And I think it is important to, as mentioned earlier, I mean, reference was made to the fact that people's trust has deteriorated. Their trust in institution is now down. We see also less optimism in the future of our societies. People increasingly think that their children will not have a better lifestyle than theirs. And much of that has to do with the high level of uncertainty in the region, given the different shocks that the region has experienced. So resilience is important because, I mean, this vision of imagining a future and aspiring for a better future has an impact on the decisions made by people on a day-to-day basis. It also has an impact on the decisions people make on how to accrue human capital, how to develop human capital, how to have access to education services, where to live, whether or not to have children. So all of these children are important. And as people know that if they do face an adverse event in the future, there will be a safety protection network that will prevent them from falling into poverty. It will allow them, of course, to make decisions and, of course, adopt a different conduct and behavior. Also, we see that it is increasingly important to protect progress in human development experienced in our societies. If we do not pay attention to this kind of protection, we may experience setbacks which in the end will not enable us to see much progress in the end of the day. So I believe that protecting progress made so far involves, on the one hand, having social protection systems and social protection policy systems that can adapt themselves and be expanded horizontally to the effect of including more people, and also expand themselves vertically to the effect of actually changing or modifying the benefits according to and as needed by different people in society. That is key, and that revolves or that involves strong, robust institutional framework as well as investing in the social agenda. It also requires that we see social protection in terms of building resiliency. What determines that a given place will be resilient to an adverse event? So that you do not need to resort to the assistance aid or benefits. If it is true, on the one hand, that cash transfers have been very successful in lifting people out of poverty, the amounts, however, are not enough for people to accrue enough assets in a given household that would otherwise allow them to resist or withstand shocks. Sometimes we see more education services, more entrepreneurship, and there are very successful examples in the region, such as Brazil. But in other cases, we see it's ultimately just a matter of survival. So the question is, how do we think about social protection beyond survival so as to build robust middle classes that will be able to overcome adverse events without falling into the trap of poverty? As I mentioned earlier, I believe these are topics which we can deepen our views on later today. As far as human development is concerned, we are about to launch a qualitative study in 10 countries in the region to understand how people understood resiliency to mean and what they thought or resiliency should mean. People often consider resiliency at an individual level. I am resilient because I can resist no matter what happens. I can resist and withstand adversity. There's this, say, idealization of being able to tolerate adversity and withstand it. What we're trying to show in this report is that resiliency is not about just tolerating or withstanding adversity. It is about not losing different types of capital as a result of adversity, one's ability to overcome shocks without deteriorating one's human capital. That should also be addressed not only from a human or rather from an individual level, but also from a collective perspective because it is everyone's responsibility. Social protection policies should also focus on efforts to build resiliency. Households and the individuals should not be all by themselves and alone and feel that they should be able to overcome crises all by themselves. I mean, we are in a context where we see crisis more and more crises every day. Natural climate crises, extreme weather, natural events. I mean, the figures are extremely clear. The number of events and the intensity of such events has been magnified exponentially over the past few decades. But we also have other kinds of crises that households currently face on a day to day basis. And that is why our approach to resiliency is very much on the table. And as I said before, we can further deepen that approach later in the afternoon. All right. We have two more speakers. No questions, but just remarks and brief presentations in this panel session. The delegation from Brazil, Secretary Laissa, please. The delegation of Brazil, please, you have the floor. Good morning, one and all. I am Rosangela Gomez, currently serving as State Secretary for Social Development and Human Rights with the state of Rio de Janeiro. I also currently serve as a member of Congress. I am very strongly active at the Social Security Committee in Congress. May I voice my greetings to His Excellency Minister Wellington Diaz. May I also extend my greetings to all other members of the panel session through the minister. Greetings likewise to all member states attending this session, ICLAC member states, and may I greet the representative of the Dominican Republic and extend my greetings to Ambassador Patricia. I'd also like to say, Minister Diaz, that you have been a great supporter of social policies all over Brazil, thereby strengthening actions nationwide in Brazil. And you have also engaged in a very integrated, comprehensive effort, as you yourself aptly indicated a few minutes ago. And you do so very positively as you have welcomed other member states of ECLAC during this or for this regional conference on social development. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here with you. As a member of Congress who also supports and has a seat at the Mercosur bloc of countries, and we heard earlier our minister from Paraguay refer to a program that is of utmost importance in that it reflects the very essence of family farming, a program which the federal government has developed very well and has succeeded in getting all the way out there at the very front line in or on the ground, thereby helping these small family farmers who are active in our small towns and municipalities throughout the country. Also, Minister Wellington, in Rio de Janeiro, we have our social agriculture program, whereby the state government makes funds available. And through these funds, we establish or have established a large community greenhouse and have brought a lot of seeds, agricultural seeds, to the municipalities and help the local community to enable itself and foster local farming so that in the near future their agricultural production can also be allocated to school lunch programs at the local level, or alternatively help us train and ensure professional development of young people at the local level so that they will not leave their region, and so as to ensure that that foundation will remain in place and not be lost. Now, beyond that, Minister Diaz, in partnership with the federal government, the state government has engaged in a very positive policy as regards efforts to fight hunger, including the People's Restaurant and several such restaurants delivered under the current term in office, working together with Governor Claudio Castro. And we are about to deliver even more such restaurants in extremely vulnerable regions and locations. We also have the so-called workers' coffee or workers' breakfast program, thereby ensuring that workers at the very early hours in the morning, when workers get out to work, that workers' breakfast program is available to make sure that protein will not be scarce, and very often workers abstain from having breakfast in the morning to make sure food is available for their children. So we offer breakfast, coffee, bread, and butter to these workers as part of this workers' breakfast program. In other places in Rio de Janeiro, such as Bagé, for example, in Rio de Janeiro, a town with the lowest human indicators, where the state government has invested 240 million Brazilian reals to fight hunger. We also have a policy in place by means of our secretariat, which also includes human rights. We have welcomed, successfully welcomed, a number of refugees into our state. Add to that, we have been engaged in efforts to provide services, attention to the street dwellers. We know, Minister Diaz, just how important all of the concerted efforts you refer to have proved to be, especially when it comes to education services, which really is the main exit door for the poor. I am a living example thereof. And my example shows other young people that it is possible to overcome one's adversity. I mean, my father was an alcoholic. He died very early. I was a street dweller. I starved. I experienced hunger. And I studied as part of a federal government. I went to the university and completed my graduate degree. And I'm now in my third parliamentarian term in office, which shows that one's will And the strength of one's will and opportunities in one's life can indeed transform a person's life, as has been my case. So I would like to share this experience in such a noble panel session, and I feel very honored in speaking here because I work together with Governor Castro, but also I also work as a member of Congress, and every year we ensure funds are available or made available from the Brazilian budget to uphold the House of Brazilian Women in New York, for example, or even to provide training and professional development training courses to young persons in Guinea-Bissau, for example, as well as actions in our home state, Rio de Janeiro. A question to our dear director of the ECLAC Social Division, Mr. Arena. May I ask you how do you think you could possibly help foster and ensure more funds are allocated so that our countries can engage in more proactive and positive transformative actions, such as those I described here, quoting Brazil as an example, but I'm sure that your own countries have the same opportunities available. So, how likely is it that we be able to secure more funds from either the private or the public sector so that more of these positive actions be put in place in our countries in the region? These are my remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question and really bringing the panel full circle. Financial sustainability matters and social protection issues are key and very basic. And also the topic regarding the different sources of financing are key. Now, the crux of the matter is understanding that social protection is the backbone of a broader social, inclusive social development strategy. And when you understand that social protection is part of the development strategy, it also becomes part of the discussion regarding funds and where funds are invested in the country. I'll leave it there for the time being because we will have one last speaker from the UNICEF. Jose, please.
Can you can hear me? Okay, thank you very much. I would just like to say that we cannot speak of poverty without speaking of a serious problem, which is infantilization of poverty. In many countries, poverty amongst boys and girls is double the rate of poverty amongst adults. There are studies in Uruguay that have shown this, and in other countries as well. That's important. And also, this is this remark is a bridge to panel two, I know, but it's the importance of having investments, many investments in the early childhood, because that is a foundation to have cognitive capacity for as human capacity, human capital much later. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joseph. And we'll hear more about that in panel two. And poverty, of course, has to cover the entire cycle of life, childhood, adolescence, the labor market, and the elderly. And concluding then our first panel, I would like to take just a minute for something that has been cross-cutting through these discussions. When we talk about inclusive social development, we think, what are the three main objectives of that inclusive? Poverty, hunger, and inequality. And when we talk about inclusive social development, one thing is to focus on people and their rights. Second has to do with what our focus that promotes a dignified life without hunger and or poverty, and that, amongst other things, requires achieving a level of sustained economic development for well-being to ensure the financial survival of the social investments, and strengthening social construction, because a social development sector approach has to be universal. And in that sense, as we conclude, and as the Chairman Wellington Diaz said, we're going to this summit on social development. There's an opportunity for our region to put these issues on inclusive social development. I thank all the delegations for their interventions. I thank all the panelists this morning. I thank Brazil, Guatemala, Ecuador, Panama, and UNDP. This has been an enriching conversation, and it will continue. Today we have 4 panels. The second panel will soon start on social protection systems and care policies. So thank you very much for your attention and for this enriching panel to begin the day. Thank you.
morning. We'd like to start now so as to make sure we have enough time for the speakers. We want to thank, of course, thank all of you who took part in panel one. And we will, as of now, in panel two, address social protection systems and integrated care systems, as well as tools for social and labor inclusion. I'd like to extend my welcome to all of you in this high level panel. We have our social and protection development minister from Chile. I also wish to thank our colleague from Uruguay, as well as Isabra, our national secretary for care and protection in Brazil. We also have Nicole Nejia and our colleague from Paraguay. We also have our colleague from Honduras with the Social Development Secretariat, as well as Yusuf Abdel Dalin, Chief Advisor to the Regional Director with the United Nations UNICEF Fund. Let me give you some background information to those of you who or about what we will have in this panel session. Strengthening universal social protection systems as well as comprehensive, integrated, sustainable, and resilient social protection systems have been at the very center of the discussions and concerns of this regional conference since its very beginning. And we have also repeatedly asserted the role of integrated care systems from the perspective of the need of those who require care, as well as from the perspective of those who provide care. And this has also been shaped in our inclusive social development agenda as approved in the framework of this regional conference in 2019 in Mexico City. These topics have also been central to the proposals put forth by the presiding officers of this regional conference towards the second Global Summit for Social Development. The summit, as we mentioned among presiding officers yesterday, the region launches a call to the world to approve a pact for social inclusive social development. As part of this pact, strengthening social protection systems, just as the task of strengthening care policies and systems are very much central to the agenda. So without further ado, let me start with the intervention from our panel members, underscoring that this region has experienced very relevant progress in terms of social protection. We have seen a strengthening of social or non-contributory social protection policies and a number of innovations in this region which we would like to share. But we also, of course, have major challenges ahead. So to kick off this panel session, may I first invite the Chilean Minister for Social Development, if you could perhaps share with us and refer to the main challenges and progress made in the social protection system in Chile, as well as the options to strengthen its design based on the objectives we have reviewed this morning. Minister, you have 5 minutes. Yes, thank you so much, Claudia. I wish to start out by greeting all panel members and all delegations attending this session. And the reason for this debate, as we know, 30 years ago, since the first World Summit was held on social development, we have been gathered around the same question. How do you face up to social protection challenges? And ultimately, how do you ensure and move towards actual well being for our peoples, which is the reason for the whole debate? We all, of course, acknowledge the substantial progress achieved in each of the different countries, but we should also acknowledge the fact that there are lingering challenges, such as, for example, high levels of inequality, and also the task of embracing these challenges, new challenges in a global context of uncertainty, and also questions about the multilateral system. Regarding the question that was asked to me by Claudia earlier, I think it is important to address the discussion from a central assumption, i.e., it is impossible to address the issue and discuss it if we do not also talk about the limits of our development model. In Chile, we believe that people's well being should be at the center of public policies, and we insist that social protection systems should be one of the top priorities for the states, especially placing the emphasis on fiscal planning to be taken as a medium and long term investment to the benefit of our societies. Social policies, as highlighted in the previous panel, should also be taken as a strategic investment. Therefore, the state should resume a planning role in social matters. Thank you so much. Yes, wonderful remarks, Madam Minister. May I stress something you just put forth and proposed regarding the role of social protection systems in overcoming the limits of our current development model, as well as the role of strategic investments, as well as the planning role of a strengthened state apparatus. Thank you very much for those remarks. At this point, I'd like to now give the floor to the Uruguayan Social Development Minister González Bedilla. If you could also speak about the topic at hand, social protection systems in Uruguay. You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be on this panel. With all of us that are sharing in this important event, we thank ECLEC and all the organizations here. Regarding the question formulated, it coincides with what the Minister of Social Development in Chile just said. In the case of Uruguay, my country, we have a social protection system that's relatively strong, and it's with a universalistic approach. There have been pushes at certain points in our country's history that have expanded this system early in the 20th century, in the mid 20th century, and now in the 21st century. And with this universalistic approach, it's important to highlight that there's often been an image of the social protection in Uruguay is somewhat mythical, that everybody's loose, that it's a first world system, but actually it's a social protection system that still has shortcomings and weaknesses. Amongst others, the restrictions and the role of Uruguay in the International Division of Labor with restrictions generated by the development model that was just described. In terms of the challenges, one strong one has to do with the role of universal institutions. The universalistic institutions in Uruguay often tend to see themselves as integrated, but then they're somewhat trying to reach different sectors of the population. Today, there are problems that have to do with extreme poverty and crises such as a global crisis like the climate crisis and the demographic situation of Uruguay. And the solution has to do with hyper-focalization on certain communities, like in other countries of the region, that ends up generating local approaches for certain sectors that are integrated and others that are less integrated, and so the poor responses for poor people. But we are trying to work very hard in the current government. The role of the Ministry of Social Development now is conceived with that logic ever since it was founded. The ministry has been challenged by by long-standing problems, and the economic situation sometimes takes a more of a compensatory approach, which is not our approach. And finally, the challenges. We are working in a social process, and the next panel is focused on that. And Uruguay's presentation will talk about the budget, and we're coordinating this process, which is very important to deal with the system of social protection as a whole. We have a challenge, overriding priority. Here, sometimes we focus on the children, the boys and girls, but we could also that could lead to a distortion and poor solutions for the communities and society as a whole, and families and homes that should be approached as in an integral manner. In the ministry, we're trying to take a community approach to social development and social dialogue to have regarding the transfers and the care for the finance and the communities and day-to-day work in the Ministry of Social Development. There's one axis on strengthening the communities strategy and social participation, to hear the voices on these social policies from the sectors that are directly affected by an unequal, unfair system, and a self-management systems, collectives, and through collective work, and trying to fight inequality, not just poverty. This is an issue that had disappeared from discussion in recent years. For us, poverty is part of a system of exclusion, of vulnerability in our country. So that's why we need to look at the development model for the society to find responses and overcome the problems that we face day to day. Thank you very much, Minister Sevilla, with the important experience of Uruguay, highlighting this historic construction process and social protection, and also the persistence of challenges and how they're dealing with these challenges from a prospect that's universalistic, integrated, social development, and an integrated approach to social policies. And now it's my pleasure to call on the National Secretary of family and care in Brazil, Laís Abrama. In the case of Brazil, what progress and challenges have there been in building the national care policies and then to strengthen the social protection system as a whole? Thank you very much, Claudia, and all the colleagues here. On the challenges of social protections in Brazil, we have heard a lot today. So I'll respond to that last question, the last part of your question. The role carried out by care policies are to somehow strengthen and complete the social protection coverage in Brazil. Amongst the major approaches is public health policies and social assistance and non-contributory protection. Brazil has taken on the issue of care as a priority, beginning with the beginning of President Lula's government in a context, and this is a first challenge to rebuild social policies within the spaces of social dialogue that had been profoundly weakened from 2016 to 2021. So to build new policies, some starting from zilch, but also trying to find new forms of funding. We have taken important steps. And another challenge was the idea that this care policy would have to be built necessarily in an intersectorial manner, in dialogue with what already exists and the other approaches in institutions, especially health, education, and social assistance. So in dialogue between 20 ministries with the social participation and also in dialogue with the Academy and the National Congress, we came up with a framework for policies. We developed a bill of law that was drafted in 6 months, short term, and almost entirely approved. The law improved in 2024 as the policy of care to ensure the care, the right to care, to be cared for all people as a universal right through the promotion of co-responsibility between men and women and within family, between families, communities, the state, and the private sector, and confronting structural inequalities that characterize Brazilian society and the social organization of care that are gender inequalities and also income, race, ethnic, and territorial in age and disability inequalities. And the policies include the principles of progressive universalism susceptible to differences in equity, gender equity, no discrimination, and the relation between those who care and are cared for, anti-racism, and we have the conviction and the data, the reality and the experience of Brazil that care workers in Brazil is not just organized, and the law also provides that policy should be carried out through a national care plan and recognizing the importance of the outsourcing of services based on the federative services that with our social protection. So the necessary relation between the federal government, the state governments, and municipal governments means that states and municipalities must and can implement their own local care plans and programs. And this month, we see the commitments of the federal government to the following objectives: to ensure the right to care for all people who need it, to reduce and redistribute the care workers' load, the decent work for the workers, the care workers, and especially for unpaid domestic workers that are responsible for much of the care in Brazil. And we have remunerated work, education, and responsibility for caretakers, and and ensuring there is no racial or sexual discrimination in caregiving in Brazil. Then it includes mechanisms of intersectoral governance and federative governments with participation. The actions of the care plan are aimed at expanding and qualifying the existing services in the context of other sectoral policies, the creation of new services, and the cost-cutting nature of what we call the optics of care, which is care for people who need and people who need care and people who give care, and not just socially, but social mobility, urban mobility, and economic equality. We are aware that the challenges are huge. And today in Brazil, approximately a third of the women who are not in the labor market are unable to even go out and look for a job, are not available to accept a job if it's offered to them, and precisely due to the overload of care work, unpaid care work at home. That situation affects 87% of women with children. That's a tremendous barrier to overcome poverty and inequality, because it means that a large part of the women cannot even try to get a job and improve their economic situation and move out of poverty, they and their families. And so the ECLEC and ILO are looking at doing studies on the need for expanding care for children in the long term and other forms of care, show that if these women were freed of their obligations to care for the people at home, that the labor market would grow and the inequalities of race and gender would be substantially reduced. This could all generate more than 11 million direct jobs by 2035, most of them occupied by women. And for each dollar invested, there would be a return of $2.5 in terms of the GDP, and the impacts mean that investing in care means more employment and social and ethical justice. And other challenges, finally, that we have in this building process, of course, we need more financing, as we already heard, which is needed to keep actions going as they are in transforming people's lives. That's a tremendous challenge, especially in the context of major fiscal restrictions. Actually, ensuring cost-cutting development in this sector through these policies and strengthening the legitimacy of these policies. The issue of care is an issue. There is a dispute for the meaning of the term, actually, and we consider that development policies in Latin America have a transformative nature, but there's a dispute over the meaning of these policies, and to keep it as a priority in public policies. That's a challenge I believe we still have to face, especially in the context of strengthening conservative forces in Brazil and other countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary Laís Abramo. And we congratulate you for all the progress made in a very, very short period of time to approve a law like that, and with all the proposals you have described that are very central to these policies, to have policies to make progress in their approval and to be sustained and implemented to build intersectoral governance. That's so complex. when we have to deal with so many sectors at the same time and keep focus and still make progress in these issues. And also the central importance of care policies for homes. This cannot be divorced. We cannot make progress in our region otherwise. Thank you very much. And now it's a turn for the Vice Minister of Social Policies from Paraguay, Vice Minister Carlos Paris. Mr. Minister, we would like to ask you about the main progress advances made in Paraguay and the challenges by the system of social protection and the progress made in making it stronger. 5 minutes, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Claudia, and good morning to my colleagues and presiding officers at the head table. It is indeed very interesting to be part of this panel session to address the progress made in each of the different countries. I'd also like to talk about our social programs that have gone hand in hand with economic stability in Paraguay. And there seems to be consensus on the spending priorities. Yesterday, we announced some of the numbers, and the Santiago Peña administration has focused his policies on these social pillars. May I also say that according to central administration data on social spending in the first half of 2025 as compared to 2024, there has been an increase of more than 111 million US dollars, which for the Paraguayan economy is a very substantial increase. Half of that increase is explained by the greater pass-throughs to subnational governments for implementing our flagship program, which is Hunger Zero at the school level, which ensures breakfast as well as school luncheons for children in primary education in public schools from the primary level all the way up to the 9th grade. As I mentioned yesterday, it is a program that has gone from 5% of coverage all the way up to 100% coverage last year in all schools in the Paraguayan Republic. The remainder of these 111 million, of course, are forwarded to hospital and education services. Yet another important program is the universal pension coverage for the elderly in Paraguay, as well as our cash transfer program, conditional cash transfer program. Spending priority in June was 53% in the federal administration spending pattern. This considerable increase in social spending has enabled sustainable expansion of social programs. At the very beginning of the current administration in Paraguay, the government made a decision to transform its social offices, which were included as part of the social development portfolio. And all of those ministries and institutions that work with social development also operate under that umbrella portfolio. We have 30 different institutions in the state apparatus that currently focus their efforts very much in line with the data provided by the Paraguayan Census Bureau. Today we have 28 different districts that are a priority in the territory. And what the institutions are doing is they work with their full teams to address the needs that the different districts and territories have out on the ground in a very targeted manner. We have made progress by attaching priorities in light of the data disclosed by the Paraguayan Census Bureau. One of the hurdles we have is, of course, the persistent informality in the labor market or the economy. In Paraguay, we have for 2024, the speaker corrects himself, up until 2024, we had 62% of people at working age working in the informal sector of the economy, informal labor, informal economy. And that really has caught our attention in that the hardest hit segment of the population is are women. 7 out of every 10 women work in the informal sector of the economy. In the countryside, in the rural segment, informality reaches up to 75%. And that means, of course, that informality among women workers is much greater. It also has to do with the care and related policies that were mentioned here earlier today. So we believe we are following the right pathway, but there is a key challenge of moving towards expanded coverage levels. And we have to be a little more creative in what we do because we cannot just expect that development as a result of private sector investments will do the trick, if you will. Our incomes or revenues have been going down, and we have been redesigning our flagship program, the conditional cash transfer program. We're going to be redesigning the program by drawing inspiration from different and successful programs in place in different countries, in different regions. We will probably also copy something or replicate something from the Brazilian experience. But it also means that we need to, of course, reach out to the private sector and ask them to disburse funds as well. We don't want to destabilize the economy with more disbursements from the public sector because that would not really lead to a better assistance or coverage expansion in the medium term. We want to make sure, of course, our social programs will remain more and more effective in time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Paris, for discussing the very relevant progress in Paraguay. You mentioned the Zero Hunger program as well as the very fundamental development in the region regarding universal pension benefits for the elderly. You also talked about the importance of exchanging with other countries and the learning lessons and learning and exchanging best practices. That is certainly very important. You also refer to the importance of a high level political commitment to bind the economic development processes with social protection and social investment. That is absolutely key to once again position social protection at the very center of a development agenda, as we said earlier in the morning. Thank you so much. At this time, it is my great pleasure to introduce Nicole Energia, or Nicole Mejia, advisor in the Ministry of Social Development of Honduras. Nicole, if you could also speak to the progress, challenges, and strengthening mechanism in place for the social protection system in place in Honduras. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Claudia. It gives me great pleasure to represent the state of Honduras. Honduras, the first woman. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. May I start out by saying that the president's vision on social protection systems for social development has been very rigorous in Honduras. We have seen the highest public investment in the social sectors. We have established the Social Development Secretariat, which has two key programs. One aimed at meeting the needs of the vulnerable populations. We have 13 different working groups or different groups we are monitoring. A second program is in place focusing especially on overcoming extreme poverty in a very targeted approach. The social protection approach in Honduras involves not only measures undertaken by the Secretariat, but also an integrated approach. Because social protection, the approach we have adopted is that it should be a guarantee of rights, but it should also be there to offer fundamental services, meaning that all actions and measures by way of public investments as well as macroeconomic and social investment measures should be directed in such a way as to have a positive impact on the lives and on the poorest households as well as those underprivileged groups in society. Among the proposals we have put forth from the Social Development Secretariat, we have a social protection policy that has a number of subsystems aimed at improving the healthcare system, the education system, with a view to covering one's entire life cycle. our care system as well as the adaptive protection system, placing an emphasis as instructed by the president on protection against hurricanes and heavy storms. We have also proposed that the poverty reduction strategy be revised. The strategy contains a number of indicators and goals specifically to ensure progress is made towards eradicating poverty. When we took office in 2022, the poverty rate was 73% at the time. Structural measures have been put in place which have had a considerable impact on the country, and we have reduced the poverty levels by 10%. We know that is not enough, but it is a significant progress as recognized by the National Statistics Institute as well as by ECLAC. For us, it is also important to ensure a minimum protection or social protection floor and guarantee universal health care, universal education, more employment opportunities, and more investments in the country while reinvigorating the economy. And above all, reduce the inequality gap among highly vulnerable groups which require urgent assistance, including young people, certain groups in society, women. We have seen a feminization of policy. It is real. More women are struck by poverty, especially in the underprivileged or poorest households that are led by women. And that is why our approaches work based on solidarity, meaning that conditional cash transfers will be directed to the female head of the household. We have also tried to reinvigorate the economy through specific and targeted measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Mejia. You highlighted social investments in Honduras with several challenges regarding poverty, working in different environments, and complementary approaches, and creating new institutions and strengthening institutions to advance in the complex challenges faced by the country and deal with the natural disasters as well, which we will hear about this afternoon as well. Thank you for your presentation. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Yusuf Abdel Jalil, a senior advisor to the regional director for the Latin America and Caribbean of the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, talking about advances and challenges in our region to make progress in social policies, integral social policies. You have 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Claudia. My greetings to all the co-panelists. And since I took note in advance to be prepared for this question, and the sound is very bad. This microphone is nearly off, echoed. Assistance in social protection. This has been key to involve people in social programs and help eradicate poverty and reduce inequality. Social protection, non-contributory social protection is vital for vulnerable children. One of two families in the lowest quintile of income have access to these programs. The transfer monetary program, conditioned monetary program, transfer programs have been a complementary pillar for protecting children with major contributions in reducing poverty and access to education, nutrition, and health for children. Even so, the social protection systems continue to show major weaknesses in terms of covering children adequately. And here are the challenges. The first challenge is coverage. It's insufficient for children, considering both the contributory and non-contributory pillars, only 2.4% of children under 15 years receive at least one cash benefit for children and their families. In contrast, almost 80% of the people over 65 years are covered by at least one benefit of social protection. But of greater concern is that 40% of children below 15 years in the poorest quintile live in homes with no coverage. Focusing on extreme poverty is insufficient and excludes many homes that depend on the informal market and are highly vulnerable. They were very much subject to the pandemic, especially for disabled children and indigenous communities. That's where it's particularly limited. The second challenge is financing and the appropriateness of benefits. In less than 15% of the GDP in the region goes to social protection. Only 0.8% of the GDP goes to social protection for children, boys and girls. And the spending on social protection for the richest quintile is much higher. And the value of monetary transfers compared to basic food baskets for services in generally is very low and subject to the loss of buying power due to inflation. In most countries, these programs are not protected by national laws, nor do they have firm strongs of financing, exposing them to greater instability or political variations. So what are the proposals? To advance in coverage, prioritizing most vulnerable groups, approaching universality, improve funding for social protection for children, particularly the non-contributory pillar and its medium and long-term impacts on the well-being and developing of boys and girls and adolescents, and improving interinstitutional coordination to ensure integral coverage, because since social programs are still fragmented and managed or administered by several different public institutions. In conclusion, to achieve social protection agents that are truly sensitive to children, it's necessary to have a paradigm shift to focus more on a universal, integrated, and rights-based approach that demands political will, more public funding, and building new social contracts that put children's welfare as a national priority and the collective responsibility rather than individual responsibility. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your remarks. To highlight what you said, that we must have a paradigm shift. There is a collective need where we need to make progress towards universal interventions with coverage and sustainable financing, and be able to advance to more interinstitutional coordination to deal with the many challenges that homes are facing with boys, girls, and adolescents in our region, and the high level of children's poverty is unacceptable in our region, and the lack of social protection for them. So thank you for raising these points. Now we have a second round, a quicker round, of 3 minutes for each of our panelists. I'd like to begin with Minister Toro and ask you, Minister Toro, what is the role in the Chile's experience of care for achieving universal social protection systems that are sustainable? And also, what's the role of multilateral collaboration in strengthening them? Thank you very much, Claudio. On that, I believe that What is the role of care policies and the major challenges today, but also globally, not just Chile? When we talk about social protection, this has been repeated in the recent meetings, keeps coming up as valuable, that this is now in a central part of the agenda, not just nationally, but in multilateral spaces like where we are now. This regional conference has raised this for the World Summit on Social Development this year. Because we cannot think about universal, integrated, and resilient, sustainable social programs if we do not include care as a backbone. If we do not assume that this is a task that is fundamental for the life of society, for the economy, but also that we need to take it on collectively as society and not just put the responsibility on families, especially the women. I would highlight the importance in Chile, I imagine everywhere, the social dialogue that that today is advancing. The women's movement, the feminist movement, has made progress in talking about the crisis of caregiving and the centrality in the public spaces and debates, especially with COVID-19. We saw the active role of caretaking people with local roots of this whole problem. That's been the case in Chile, where our care system has been based on the results of social dialogue that we began early in our government with the participation of more than 12,000 people, which is also important when we think about the broad participation of caregiving women, and especially for the elderly, for the disabled, and children. And that national dimension it also talks about multilateral and international cooperation. In Latin America, as a region, we have a lot to contribute with our specificities as to the global process, and especially the local process approved in the women's meeting in Mexico in the recent weeks, talks about how the region is pushing the need to strengthen the institutionality of caregiving with the normative rules and laws to ensure financing to make it sustainable and resilient. And that regional outlook, which we have pushed from Chile, is shared as well by several countries in the region, and it's based in the conviction that the integrated caregiving systems are strategic for other areas of interest for the state, such as the economy, for innovation and entrepreneurship. And in a global context marked by uncertainties because of the economic and political situation, we have to have shared spaces like this one to continue. And the Latin American Inter-American Human Rights Court also recognizes the legal strength of these demands and gives political impact to this. At the time when polarization is eroding trust, then caretaking gives us a collective pathway to rebuild, not just as a sectoral, as an ephemeral issue, but as a civilizational issue. And we're making progress in Chile as a commitment for consensus in the entire region. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Toro, for raising this position on the agenda of care and care giving as an issue for regional integration, which is being very dynamic and important. Now I'll give the floor to Gonzalo Sevilla, Minister of Social Development of Uruguay, to also talk about his country's experience and the progress they have made in caregiving in the framework of social protection and the challenges of interinstitutional cooperation. I'll give you 3 minutes, Mr. Minister. Thank you. Uruguay, as you know, has made progress in this area not just care services. Recent history of our country, in the year 2015, we approved a law that creates a national integrated care system that was conceived from the get-go as a complete universalistic policy. In terms of concrete universalism, not abstract or merely formal, but to make universalism sensitive to differences within the country, and that puts people and communities at the center and their different realities. In the transition through implementation of law until today, we have faced difficulties with funding of the system from the very beginning, actually. And as a result of the political cycles in our country's life, we've had debates on the nature of the national caretaking system given different political approaches. In recent years, it was under a single secretariat, a care system with the area of disabilities. We're trying to shift that. We have sent into an article, a bill to Congress to separate the two areas, to create a national disability issue and a national secretariat on caretaking. The contribution of caretaking in Uruguay, as we've seen, is substantial regarding conceptual and community aspects, the impacts on education, on health, not just in terms of access, but also in terms of concrete achievements for people in the labor world, especially for the people who are employed as caregivers, and also considering the sexual division of labor with an unequal workload and this is very important. We understand that caregiving policies is strategic, and we have taken a step to include it as a cross-cutting approach, looking at the civilizatory approach that the minister from Chile mentioned. We think about the prospect of the caregiving society, not just as a focus on the national caregiving system, but also as a vision for building society. And ECLAC has also worked on that, and we have incorporated it into our definitions of our public policies. And also we see the need for the caregiving society is something that we need to develop more, and for social policies. And that also presumes the steps take towards conceiving care as a policy for building autonomy, and also a policy and a perspective for building emancipation, which is even more than autonomy. It has to do with social rights, collective processes, and it has to do with social interests overall. And finally, on issues related to institutions, we think that we have to prevent risks, which is to put care policy as an auxiliary policy to other policies that end up reinforcing the concept where institutions, supposedly universal institutions don't work with each other. And so we need to have a powerful universality. So now we have a national junta, a national council for caregiving institutions to coordinate, like with the Ministry of Transportation and Ministry of Housing, and areas that are fundamental for this perspective, a cross-cutting approach to care. We have strong challenges in funding and in coverage, which are obstacles for the transit towards a more universal implementation, and where there we need to work with international cooperation to have funding tools that can give us more budget for this. And the institutional challenge, once again, has to do with this is a newborn policy. It's still not consolidated, and to become a uniting force for many different areas. And so that institutionally, this is very important. And finally, the community approach to care is something we are paying close attention to, given the challenges of coverage and also the conception that has to do with making this task a state's task, but must be carried out together with communities where there are many things that are being doing that are valuable and that must be recognized. Thank you very much, Minister Sevilla, for sharing these challenges in progress in terms of funding and institutionality. The institution will be observing what the progress is being made and the changes you are promoting. And I also like to highlight that cross-cutting nature of caregiving involving many state institutions that is fundamental for paradigm shift. And now it is my pleasure to go on and give the floor to the National Secretary of Care and Family in Brazil, Laís Abramo, to talk to us about the experience of building national care policy, the role of international cooperation and multilateralism in this context. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Claudia. Now I'll speak in Portuguese this time.
The role of the model of international cooperation, the multilateral system in Brazil has proved absolutely key. Precisely as mentioned by those who spoke before me, the fact is, as I agree and acknowledge, that the support of the UN system and also the support received from regional integration for, such as, for example, the Regional Conference for Social Development and the Women's Conference, this support have been absolutely critical because, as I said before, Brazil joined the agenda rather belatedly. Brazil established its care system or Uruguay established its care system in 2015. Brazil only started belatedly in 2023 with the Lula administration because of the political setback that marked this country between 2016 and 2022. So when we decided to face up to this topic and examine or look into the experience of other countries, neighboring countries, that was absolutely central and key. The UN system also performed a key role. And may I say that several UN organizations such as ECLAC, the ILO, UN Women, the UNESCO, and UNICEF were actively involved in the interministerial working group that developed the policy's conceptual framework and the Bill of Law. They were actively involved and were permanent guests at the working group, and they brought with them all of their conceptual history, such as, for example, the concept of care policies as adopted by the Regional Women's Conference in 2022 in Buenos Aires. And they also developed these views and helped draft the concept and helped us, of course, envisage a political or rather a conceptual policy from a Brazilian perspective. Direct contact with countries like Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic. I mean, those were very important contacts and exchanges because we looked into the experience of these countries with a great sense of interest and very meticulously. When we drafted our bill of law, we carefully examined all of the bills of law that had been either drafted or passed in Latin America up until then, so as to serve as a yardstick for our own exercise in Brazil. We also looked into very concrete experiences that had already been underway and which proved instrumental and helped us consider not only the positive but also the negative experiences, the experience of those countries where the initiative had not proved successful, because we did need to take a shortcut and be able to learn about what had happened in Latin America, such as, for example, home assistance to the elderly, considering the kind of care that the elderly require, from their caretakers. Caretakers shared similar experiences in several Latin American countries, and this is the kind of dialogue that has been absolutely critical for us to keep on continuously improving our practice. I couldn't agree more with Minister Javier Toro regarding the importance of the topic at hand for inter-regional or regional coordination efforts. Latin America has a avant-garde stance on the matter, and quite certainly the resolution by the Inter-American Human Rights Commission is a central landmark. The Tlatelolco commitment has enabled substantial progress as well. Yet another important reference is the ILO resolution on decent work and the care economy as adopted by the International Labour Conference held last year, the first tripartite commitment involving governments, trade union, and employer organizations, and as such determines a number of issues that will definitely and greatly strengthen public policies. GRULAC, Latin American and Caribbean Group, had a central role in the matter last year, introducing topics such as joint responsibility or co-responsibility, the need to take into account ethnic and racial dimensions, which were not there in the original draft of the proposal. And as Latin America, GRULAC played an important role in this respect. Yet another interesting example, in conclusion, is what happened as part of the Regional Women's Conference held 2 weeks ago in Mexico, an initiative of the Mexico City government to convene a dialogue on caring and transformative cities. In other words, also looking into regional policies around us beyond international experiences. So I do believe that strengthening fora for direct and indirect relations among countries, as well as those regional fora and opportunities, are absolutely critical for us to be able to make more substantial progress and do so more quickly. Brazil will take on the Mercosur pro tempore presidency in the near future. Mercosur has established a committee to specifically address care policies and the care economy, and important actions will be undertaken during our pro tempore presidency at Mercosur, such as, for example, a care academy circle of discussions to further deepen our views and discussions on the matter. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Secretary Laisa Bramo, for clearly underscoring the role of regional exchanges and also the role of the United Nations system cooperation and the multilateral system, broadly speaking, to enable us to make progress in these important framework agreements. You also highlighted the role and the very interesting work performed by the Interministerial Working Group established for Brazil's national care policy, as well as the dynamic dialogue agenda with so many stakeholders and sectors. Thank you so much, Madam Larissa. We will now hear the Vice Minister for Social Policy from Paraguay, Vice Minister Carlos Paris. If you could please, Mr. Paris, briefly discuss the role of coordination efforts and regional cooperation, as well as global cooperation for and the multilateral system in the current scene as regards the purpose of strengthening social protection systems. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you, Claudia.
We have always analyzed different scenarios for dealing with the different sectors of society, the decentralization, the social density rates, and the number of individuals with many different interests and values. Today, we have a society that is tired, young people who are even tired than us old people, and we're in a world that's so virtual, but there's a problem in the panel that'll come up this afternoon on digital inclusion. We have numbers that show that today it's an IT society every day looking at data, and it's still not as available as to all those vulnerable sectors. So these tools should be able to help us to all advance. So now we're just using the mechanism to have access to social media but there are numbers where there's a large segment of people that could do many things. They're not taking advantage of the technology. They're not using the technology the way we would like. So for our government, it's a difficult task, I believe, that goes in two directions. Multilateralism on the one hand, and on the other, we need to continue working the same way as we have, and to have social dialogue using the tools of public hearings, congresses, and this encounters like this ones, regional gatherings, all these elements that we are used to working on as our day-to-day tools that give us inputs. Nonetheless, internationally and multilateralism means meetings like this one, where we work with our brothers and sisters from other countries and with non-governmental organizations, the regional organizations. These are the only chances we have now, and we are learning how to work and digitally and be able to strengthen the universal social protection systems. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister Paris, for raising the issue of digital inclusion as part of social protection, and also how that exchange that we can now have in broader public hearings with the presence and virtual presence to feed into regional development of policies in each country. And now I would like to ask Nicole Mejia from the Ministry of Social Development in Honduras, what are the caretaking roles in your country's social protection system? What are the challenges and progress made? Thank you. With the government of President Samara Castro, we have embraced care policies as a strategic pillar for social transformation in our country, since they not only represent a right of dependent people, but also a chance for economic autonomy of women, generating dignified employment and social inclusion. In our countries, as we have seen in this event, we see that investing in social inclusion means collective well-being. So the budgets of people are the treasury departments that determine, but we need to take a national integrated approach. In our secretariat, our Ministry of Social Affairs and Development, we have a bill of law to send to the Congress to install a national system of caretaking and also a complementary care system, complementary to social protection overall. And for care in our system is an innovative issue and also an issue of rights above all. And we have to recognize the rights to ensure the recognition and above all to ensure that remunerated and not unremunerated work be recognized, and that remunerated work in homes that women take on for different types of care. We should also need to have specific programs, and that where we're trying to strengthen the spaces for care for children, for the elderly, for the disabled, and also a georeference system to identify demand and supply, so for the state to be able to meet the population's need. We need to integrate the system throughout the country, and also to push the system to meet the challenges. We have tried to do this historically through involving civil society with women and feminists who have embraced these issues. In the first time as a state, we're taking on the responsibility as a priority for public policy. This is an achievement that the country has made in this first mandate with the policies, with new bills of law for caretaking to improve and dignify the lives of Honduran men and women and their rights. We're also about to create tables for municipal care councils, and taking a local approach to strengthening the different local governments that for them to meet the needs of the population with transfers with no political distinction in all corners of the country, and to the government looking at the women. With the first woman president in Honduras, we have the commitment for social protection that is universal, integral, and inclusive. With a focus on rights, our vision is clearly to reduce inequality and leave no one behind. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole Mejia. And I would highlight the progress that you commented on in the national system of care taken for child care with a bill of law, and that an advance in the caretaking policies overall and greater coordination between the public and private sector. That's all good news. And now we'll give the floor to Yusuf Abdel Jalil from UNICEF to please share the progress being made and especially the challenges for care policies focused on children in our region. 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Claudia. Currently, our region is going through a major push to shift the paradigm from private family responsibility for caretaking to be seen as a collective social responsibility and right. It's never too late. Laísa Abramo showed that Brazil is showing that it's never too late. And the qualification of the integration of the care systems is very important. The most important changes being made in our social protection systems and showing great opportunities for children's rights, gender equality, inclusion of the disabled, reduction of childhood poverty, and social justice. It's also a unique opportunity to renew the social contract in our region, marked by inequality and informality. The care policies help reduce child poverty by reducing the disproportional load on families, particularly on the women who caring for the children with a more equitable participation in the labor market, since young boys and girls in Latin America and the Caribbean require more intensive care than any other age group. Then prioritizing integral child support is essential to expand integral care systems. In addition, children and adolescents, particularly the girls, are themselves caretakers. This has been documented in recent research done by UNICEF in the region, with clear consequences for school attendance, the free time, the transitions of times, and family well-being. We have seen the responsibility for taking care of children and adolescents to ensure that this does not harm their long-term development. The social protection policies are important to have care within the social construction frameworks and national development plans overall, with measurable results for children and for those that provide care. To qualify the rights of caretakers, especially the women caretakers, and for adolescent girls through social protection of contributory licenses, paid licenses, and income support, and adequate social institutions. We need to have surveys of the use of time and evaluation of need for care in the national statistics and monitoring measure tools. Local governments must be strengthened for the care agenda to be territorially based to respond to the diverse realities, and finally to promote interinstitutional coordination and multi-sectoral planning, particularly amongst the ministries of education, health, women affairs, and social health. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf, for raising the importance of care policies to reduce child poverty, along with all the other structural inequalities that our panel has been discussing, particularly the unacceptable situation with the overloading children with labor, and often at the cost of exercising their right to education, to health, and to an adequate living standard. Now we have a brief time, 20 minutes at the most, for remarks by the delegations. I'm seeing if anybody has participation or questions from the audience.
At the head table, from the head table, I do not see anyone requesting the floor. Apparently, one person back there. If you could please use the mic. I cannot quite see exactly who. Ana Mujeres, or rather, ONU, UN Women. UN Women. Right, I'm going to be speaking in Portuguese so that everyone else can uh, understand what I'm saying. And since we are in Brazil, of course, I'll go ahead in Portuguese. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate all of those who spoke before me, the country representatives and panel members who have shared their experience with us. And I also wish to, of course, acknowledge the event organizers for recognizing the agenda as being part of the social protection pillar, a fourth social protection pillar. This has been a long-standing effort by the women's feminist movement, but one which has gained recognition by ICLAC member states, especially because in our region this remains, or rather this is a matter where substantial progress has been made and around which there is no controversy. Much has been said about the importance of financing as well as the importance of acknowledging gender gap issues, the gender agenda, and the importance of acknowledging, at least in Brazil, an interracial and intersectional racial approach. In other countries of the region, this intersectional racial gender approach is also recognized, especially with indigenous women. Of course, each country having their own unique reality and specificities. And beyond what has already been mentioned by Secretary Lais regarding the Local consensus and also the outcome of the regional conference on women held about 2 weeks ago, a conference that has a decade that established a decade for progress in the gender agenda and also the proposed paradigm shift in society. So, given the above, I would like to address one point which I believe is really very relevant and which also evinces how the agenda or this agenda has becoming central not only in this region but also globally. I'm talking particularly about the commitments undertaken on the occasion of the fourth regional conference on financing for development, where states submitted their commitments, or at least some institutions submitted their specific commitments in order to make progress in financing care policies, care taken to be a public asset or a part of the public wheel, if you understand me, in line with this new societal paradigm we aim at achieving. So that is the only point I would like to highlight at this point, and I do so and congratulate all panel members. Thank you so much, the UN representative. in Brazil for bringing this very important point to the fore as part of our discussions. I understand there are no further requests for the floor at this point in time. I do not see any nameplates. One nameplate, yes, the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic has the floor, please. Congratulations to all panel members for your excellent presentations. Minister Sevilla from Uruguay asked me a question about Uruguay's question, or rather Uruguay's experience. It's very interesting experience in care policies. It is or was and remains a very important benchmark reference for all of our countries. At or in the Dominican Republic, for many years, we have made progress in designing, building our national care system. More recently, actually, some of the challenges we faced involved how to implement it in practice, how to coordinate efforts among different institutions. The Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development leads the effort, as well as the Ministry of Women as the operating arm. The National Social Development Directorate is also part of the effort. We also have a working table that brings together 11 different institutions, including the National Council for the Elderly, among other institutions. Interinstitutional consultation was a major challenge, but there are other challenges, such as, for example, the budget appropriations. How can we, as a government, successfully respond to the task of implementing these policies? I know that for the Uruguay national system, the whole issue of sustainability, financial sustainability, was an important challenge in ensuring all of the infrastructure you have developed. And that is my question, sir. What are the lessons that you have gained in your country in the course of years with this policy? Where do you stand today and where are you moving towards? And before you answer, sir, may I say that in the Dominican Republic, for example, we have been implementing and we have waged a bet on outsourcing mechanisms. Number one, we want to train beneficiaries of the program for care systems, including ILO certification. And at this point in time, we are designing a tender process so that the private sector players can be outsourced, or rather, so that we can outsource the services to the private sector. The private sector would therefore sell the service and would therefore hire the formal population, target beneficiaries. So that is something we have bet on, and I'd like to think what the views are in Uruguay regarding financial sustainability for the care policies. Thank you so much, the Dominican Republic representative. I do not see anyone else requesting for the floor. So, Minister Sevilla, if you would like, maybe you could answer that question as we draw close to the end of this panel session. Yes, thank you so much, the representative of the Dominican Republic, for the remarks and for the question regarding financing. The learning has to do with the challenge I mentioned earlier. I mean, financing through general sources of revenue in the national budget is the kind of financing which has always proved insufficient to cover the huge needs we have. Accordingly, we have been working around this issue with international cooperation in particular, and there has been substantial progress in international cooperation. We have been considering alternative sources of development, such as, for example, a national insurance policy or alternatives involving direct financing for care services by means of progressive professional contributions from citizens and the country's inhabitants. In Uruguay, this is not yet fully established. We're still discussing the issue, and it is a discussion that is driven by important institutions in the government. I think it is important that all stakeholders and the societal forces involved should be called upon to voice their views and to design different ways of co-financing and more efficient forms of institutional financing than is the case today. There's also the role of private care providers or community care providers. In Uruguay, ever since we started implementing the system, we have envisaged the system as a system that has different components and factors, not only state factors or components. In Paraguay or in our country, we have also revised the provision of care by the state apparatus. We have progressively evolved, and we are gradually moving towards a more collective care provision system, where the bonds between caretakers and people who are dependent has proved some challenges as regards the labor relations. So we're trying to strengthen care providers cooperatives, which will enable a more collective form of provision of services, care services, and therefore help circumvent some of these labor issues. Participation of non-state players is, of course, another important approach. Thank you so much. Without further ado, thank you so much, Mr. Sevilla, for your remarks. And during this panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have addressed a number of different high profile initiatives, and we have also underscored ideas and proposals on how to strengthen social protection systems in our region. We have also shared the progress achieved in national care policies in many different countries in the region, and also indicated how these issues have gained a central position in the public agenda. I think it is really important that we were able to sit together around this table to share experiences and build joint reports and further consolidate integration opportunities to exchange experiences, best practices, and knowledge that has or that will prove so instrumental and invaluable at this historic point in time. And it is a wonderful virtue of this regional conference and all of the opportunities for exchanges we have had at the multilateral level. So again, thank you very much. I wish to thank our panel members. We do have quite a few tasks ahead, and we have more sessions during this conference. The region has experienced all of these very significant advancements. One third of our population is covered by monetary or cash transfer systems, but again, one third of people above age 65 are covered by non contributory pension systems, and a substantial proportion of our population is covered by different forms of social protection mechanisms. But we still have tremendous gaps to be covered, given everything that we have discussed. And we'd like to invite you to keep on working and keep up the good work. Secretary Laisa Bramo has requested to voice a brief announcement. And before I do so, I wish to thank Minister Toto, Minister Gonzalo Sevilla, and of course the Secretary Laisa Bramo, Vice Minister Paris, as well as Nicole Mejia, and also Mr. Absul Abdel Dekhi from the UNICEF for your invaluable contributions. Secretary, you have the floor.
Actually, as a request by Minister Wellington Diaz, beginning at 1 o'clock, there will be several side events. He has an special invitation, though, for people to be at a side event called the Road to Doha, Coordination for the World Summit on Social Development, the first meeting of regional leaders against hunger and poverty. He talked about that yesterday to reiterate that the invitation to that event in the secondary room at 1 p.m. So at 10 minutes from now and at 6 p.m., we also have two other side events. Thank you all very much. Hello, hello. Everything ok? Ok. Tô ouvindo. Canal de inglês no ar. Eu já falei, mas falo de novo. Tudo bem. Tudo bem. Good afternoon to all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm André Quintana, National Secretary for Social Assistance in the Ministry of Social Development in Brazil for fighting hunger. It's an honor now to open up the work on panel 3, the social protection systems and the exercise of rights to health and education. And I won't take up much time. We'll move right into this all goes straight into, before I turn this over to our moderator, Daniela Trucco, Luis Yanis will have a few clarifications. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to let the delegations know that the Secretariat has handed out, and you have on your tables, the draft resolution 6.6 Roman numeral, and it's been introduced by the chair of this conference, and the chair and the secretariat are presenting their draft agreements for this meeting. This is for the delegations to read. The official version of the resolution will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. But you already have the Spanish and English versions for consultation and consideration of the delegations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was the information, and now we can go straight into the panel. Thank you, Luis. Now I give the floor to the moderator, Daniela Trucco, the Social Affairs Officer of the Social Development Division at ECLAC. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to this third panel on social protection systems and the exercise of rights to health and education. At this panel today, we will be hearing from Mrs. Javiera Torre, the Minister of Social Development and Family Affairs of Chile, Irma Yando Núñez, the Social Affairs Coordinator of the Presidential Commission for Operations in the Cabinet of El Salvador, Hugo Bay, Coordinator of Social Dialogues in the Planning and Budget Operations in Uruguay, Cristian Morales, representative of the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, and Marta Enciles Martin, Gender and Education Ambassador for Latin America at the Secretariat for Global Relations of OPE. I welcome you all. As you know, this panel, as we have said throughout the conference, One of the key elements to advance in the understanding for inclusive development is to strengthen the social protection systems. To that end, it is fundamental that we strengthen the intersectorial coordination to deal with access to social services, the early childhood care systems, and labor inclusion. This panel will go precisely into health and education that are fundamental rights of the population and whose exercise contributes to reducing inequalities and allows for progress towards inclusive social development at the same time that it enables the exercise of other economic, social, and cultural rights. This panel objective is to share national experiences on the diverse strategies implemented by countries in the region to ensure those rights. Also considering the importance of an integrated and networking approach. We'll have a round of questions. The first one, we will have 5 minutes first and then shorter comments. I believe the minister from Chile has to leave, so we'll begin with her, and I'll ask her the 2 questions to begin with, then we'll have the other panel members. Minister Torda, what has been the experience of the local social management program in Chile, the main progress and challenges, and how does the strengthening of this program contribute to achieving greater coordination between health and other sectors of social development? Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Daniela. Good afternoon to all. And first of all, to answer the question in this panel, when we speak of social protection, health, and education, cannot be seen as isolated sectors, nor as one more service in and amongst the public supplies sector. They work together for inclusive, integral, and sustainable social development. But with decades of commodification, subsidiary products, and express in what access to what should be rights still depend more on where you're born, the kind of work you have, or the money that you can pay. And the challenge is not just to expand coverage. We no doubt still have challenges in our countries, but also to build robust public systems with high levels of technological innovation in our administration to ensure social rights with quality and territorial equity and financial stability. So that that's what this panel is about. In Chile, we are taking that pathway. Under the leadership of President Gabriel Boric, we have reforms like Copago zero payment for public services in health for more than 15 million people who are served there. We have universal coverage on preventive health on a community basis. In education, we're proposing the elimination of student debts, which affects hundreds of thousands of families, and have a new funding system for higher education that's sustainable for families, and universities, and to reinforce education services as a basis of a more just and decentralized system. In the case of the Ministry of Social Development and Families, we understand that advancing towards universality means developing coordinated social protection connecting health, education, cares, income, and social participation. The lack of coordination and the fragmentation of the different programs and services in the social area in Chile, and what we have heard in this conference from several countries in the region, it's not just inefficient, but is also degrading and brings down the citizens' opinion of the state. When the people must go to many different windows and offices to get what their rights are, then the services that they say that we deserve, that there's no problem, but it means that the citizen has to go one place and another, and they perceive a state that does not help solve the problem because the state gets farther from the people. That's very relevant in a time with the challenges to democracy we are facing. And there are also policies that must be intersectorial. For example, integral protection of childhood. In Chile, the Grow Up With You, Crece Contigo, for all children born in public hospitals in Chile, that demands an intersectoral integration. Their support and caretaking requires the leadership in rights and social problems. Actually, we cannot see that as isolated problems, but they're interrelated with common causes, and that we must have interventions that deal with that interrelation amongst the different social problems. In El Salvador, the school food program is a program of the subsystem of social protection under the law for social protection approved in 2014. But the food program is one of the oldest protection programs that began in 1984. And in the 90s, they introduced other objectives approximately in 98. It became the Healthy School Program, and with health care, with dental health, eyesight, eyes, and so on, many other aspects. And that became part of social policies like the school food and health program as a package for schools, along with other elements such as uniforms, shoes, and school equipment for all students. The food program, as part of that protection system, includes several different components, delivering hot food that are healthy, fresh, from small farmers. And it would also say that this program was designed with support and monitoring by Brazil FAO, and also the FND, Education Development Fund, were present. And so we have many similarities on a smaller scale with Brazil in this program. We also have a component of food and nutritional education, whose objectives are short-term for education, but also in the long-term prevention of chronic disease in the adult population that today are the largest load in the cost on the health system. We have a component of school food gardens with several purposes to generate healthy food habits, promote food health, and also a means to prevent violence. Making positive use of the students' free time, generate social experiences within a country that years ago had many problems of violence in communities. We also use these gardens as a teaching tool in the FND concept. And another infrastructure is kitchens and dining halls in the schools or under a tree to have dignified situations for people to get their food and to eat. The health care and with the vigilance for nutritional care for people. In some municipalities, we also have implemented a component of local purchases of fresh food with two purposes: to incorporate fresh food into the students' menus, and also to generate income for small farmers, some of whom are cooperatives of women, mothers of the children in the schools, or small farmers who are on a local working and providing locally. There's a double purpose of that investment, both to social protection and also to redistribute income, the state funding for people that are poor. And also for Healthy Schools program is a reform of the law so that all non-healthy food in the school lunch programs would be eliminated. We had to face that deal with that with the private food providers to school. The key elements are interinstitutional cooperation, having harmonizing many different agencies in local governments and also social participation, because that includes coordination and development of local committees with the participation of mothers, parents, fathers, and teachers in decision making on school meals locally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think it is really important to highlight one of the, say, most classic intersectorial programs that we have seen in the vast majority of countries in the region. And of course, it does approach the multiple dimensions, and it is really good to see the efforts undertaken in El Salvador. Let's continue with the same question with Mr. Bai, and I'm going to be very strict in the use of time because we are running behind schedule before the next session. Mr. Bai, what is the social dialogue all about in Uruguay, and what have the main challenges been in that process? Good afternoon, one and all. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank ECLAC and UNDP for the invitation to take part in this important panel discussion. Greetings to all members of the panel session and all delegations, and of course, greetings and congratulations to the government of Brazil for organizing this conference. In view of social demographic and other problems and issues, the government that recently took office in Uruguay is convinced about the need to foster transformations in society to live up to the needs and vulnerabilities of people in every stage of their lives. As mentioned by the social development minister in the panel session before, the task is about renewing the social protection pact with a medium-term perspective. In other words, agree on the social protection and social security program the country needs for the next few decades. To that end, we need plans that will become state policies, which will therefore be there after governments are gone. And we also want them to be participatory form to achieve social, societal, political agreements as broadly as possible among government players or members of Congress, as well as the most representative players in society, which does not mean that we should forget the government's central role when it comes to setting public policies regarding the social protection and social security program we need. By promoting this social dialogue, we have been working for a few months to promote opportunities for coordination, consultation, and exploratory dialogues so that it takes place with a more powerful political dialogue, including direct involvement of the different social stakeholders, which in turn means expanding the legitimacy of the reforms that are currently being implemented. The social dialogue we're implementing is structured based on an executive committee made up by 12 or rather 22 members of the government, political parties, and social players in general. But it also benefits from contributions from citizens and academia by means of different participation tools that we have made available. One of them are the conversation rounds or round tables in different departments or different territories that are part of Uruguay. We also have seminars to hear the views of subject matter experts on the different thematic areas. We also hold public hearings. And given the benefits of technology, we have put in place a citizen participation digital platform which enables any citizen in the country to use either a mobile phone or contribute or submit his or her contributions from his home into the process. Protection to children, the care systems, and protection to workers are key areas of the program, as well as the retirement and pension system. The first two thematic areas talk directly to the areas of healthcare and education. It is therefore important for us to adopt a central approach to these topics, as mentioned by the Minister of Development from Chile, an approach that will take into account the multiple dimensions regarding the well-being of people who we intend to protect. A good example of the discussion we're having in Uruguay regarding social protection and linkage with education policies is the matching contributions from children, a requirement for pass-throughs and payments. In Uruguay, if children fail to go to school, they no longer qualify for the benefits from the state because the linkage has been broken. Given this dilemma, instead of trying to encourage certain forms of behavior through the transfer system, it seems more sensible for us to identify other mechanisms, such as, for example, educational scholarships. But we intend that every contribution that we get when we carry out an input gathering process will be fed on to the higher executive committee, which has the task of developing a final document to consolidate the agreements, all agreements, by April next year. The document will be submitted or handed over to the President of the Republic, and we hope it will be a key input when the executive is ready to develop the relevant bills of law. And we also hope that that will be enacted by the Parliament later on to translate into actual changes that will improve the quality or the standards of living of many people in the country. Thank you. Thank you for abiding by the time allotted, Mr. Bai. And it is indeed very interesting to see the experience underway in Uruguay as part of a participatory experience and an effort to move towards inclusive social development by integrating and bringing together all of the different stakeholders. At this time, a question to Pajo. Mr. Morales, from the unified health system in place in Brazil, what are, in your view, the main challenges in ensuring timely and effective access to healthcare? What role is performed by primary healthcare in the country? Thank you very much for that question. In terms of sustainable development, especially as regards health and the SDG 3. Brazil has greatly developed this model using the unified health system. Brazil is one of the countries in the region that does ensure coverage and access to high quality services, publicly funded services. It is actually the one country with more than 100 million people with a system that is fully funded by public or government coffers. The tripartite governance at the system, the federal, the state, and the municipal spheres of government, is yet another key feature. Many countries share governance between the central and the federal level, or between the central or the municipal or local government, as the case in the former scenario, and Chile in the latter. But having all three is something that is unique to Brazil. This governance impacts the introduction of new technologies, as well as healthcare programs, new drugs, new medications, but also protocols and handbooks or guidances for different organizational technologies. Social participation is the third key feature in the Brazilian unified health system. More than 5,000 health councils are in place everywhere, which ensures that the voice of the community's voice and society's voice will be heard. There are many challenges. Number one, financing. There is a gap of about 20%, which of course leads to huge levels for about 12 to 13% of the population. Also, underfinancing by the public coffers in healthcare. Brazil does not achieve the 3 or 6% recommended by the WHO in public spending healthcare. Also, Brazil has this prevalent financing system by means of parliamentary and congressional amendments, which really doesn't help organize public spending. And it also has a high degree of litigation in the system. As to the healthcare model, at PAHO, we have elements that have been a model or a template for other countries in the region, such as the health or the basic family program or family health program, as well as the Mais Médicos and the popular drugstores, low cost drugstores, etc. We also see substantial challenges. Programs, for example, such as the Agora Tem Especialistas, now you have an expert available to reduce lines and increase access to specialized services, a key challenge indeed. And as part of this challenge, it is important to understand the role of private sector service providers, but of course always with a very high regulation by the central authorities and the federation and the state as such. The strategic purchase or procurement of services is one of the key challenges facing the unified health system in Brazil. In conclusion, yet another central element that are a challenge is Brazil's ability to produce drugs and medical inputs as well as medical equipment based on its industrial park and hub, which not only allows the country to ensure it will have available and be able to manufacture much of what it produces or needs during or in the healthcare sector, but also the ability to reinforce production of vaccines, medications, etc., in the region, as was made plain clear during the pandemic. At PAHO, we have strongly supported this effort being made by Brazil to ensure that also through the funds that bring together PAHO and other countries of the region, we see Brazil wishes to benefit from this production capability given geographical proximity, drawing closer ties with other like-minded countries with similar potential such as Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Cuba, and the like, so that in the end of the day, in this region of the world, we no longer have to face up to the problems that we experienced during the pandemic. The challenges facing a system with the features I just described are many and multiple, but in conclusion, I think I can summarize them by saying that political will, number one, political will from the federal government to reinforce the SUS single unified service helps a great deal. But more importantly, the alliance that is forged based on this tripartite governance provides a very important element of sustainability in the course of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those markets and for your remarks and staying on time, and for showing us health model that's very interesting for our region as a whole in terms of sustainability and coverage. We'll go on with Josinis Martin, and I'd like to know what intersectorial experiences are implemented in coordination with educational policies in our region. 5 minutes. Thank you, Daniela. And I'm also thankful to the government of Brazil and ECLAC for this invitation, and congratulations for organizing this summit. And thank the panel, because I'm learning very much from you. To give examples, we've already heard several. In Chile, Uruguay, El Salvador have several projects. The entire region has projects of intersectorial policies that are very important in terms of school lunch programs where children have lunches at school. During the COVID pandemic in the Dominican Republic, we checked country by country. We heard that the problem is no longer whether they're learning or not in the school, but they're not being fed, because many times they come to school to eat. So the problem they're having, with the help from the World Bank, they were able to actually take food to the children. That's a very interesting program. As Uruguay said, they can be replaced by lunchroom scholarships in several countries of the world, but some cannot afford that for children to feed themselves. There are differences that have to do with school attendance that put the responsibility on the parents to get them to children, to get vaccinations and so on. That's fine. But the representative of Uruguay also already said that there has to be control and evaluation. There's a lack of evaluation. So in OECD, we look at the data, and if the programs are not evaluated, these are political banners that are often not evaluated because they are very attractive, but they're not. But we don't always have the context. Like we have Bolsa Familia in Brazil and Mexico and Avanza Familias, and then schools where children must be taken care of, some mothers to be able to work. And want to give you an example of what the OECD has done to evaluate the data with the problem of a single child. My son, who was deaf, because country, what would his future been? If it were in a country like Finland, one of the best results available, I would not have found out that my son had a problem, because in the school, the teachers detect a problem and find a solution. They have experts available in the school to see what's wrong. They correct it, and the student continues. And sometimes they might send me a note to find out. In France, where my child grew up, they send him home and say, bring him in. You solve the problem, then bring him back. So the health system is quite good, and many parents can solve the problem of their children. But if he had been born in a poor African country or some Latin American countries, it's probable that he would have left primary school. They said that he's deaf, he has all kinds of problems, and that's what we have to see. How do we protect those children from day one? Because we have to have the means and to know how they will come out. If they're from destructured families that are poor, that do not have the ways and means, the state has to make up for that, and that's what countries have to do. In a country, if something had happened with a child at an early age, because if you solve that, then that child can get through high school and actually have a good job and contribute and pay taxes, have their own children, and be part of the system. When you take care of very small children, then that means economic growth for all. And in terms of health, nutrition, and especially for teaching in Latin America, the quality does need to improve. Thank you very much. That's a very revealing example of how important it is to have an integrated outlook from the early childhood on. Going into the last round, it'll be shorter. I've already asked you the two questions, but please be concise and to say whatever is most relevant. We'll begin with Mrs. Nunez. What are the strategic social protection issues implemented for schools, and what should be strengthened? 2 minutes. In addition to the school food program, we have conditioned monetary transfer for social assistance from 7th to 9th grade in high school, which we have the biggest dropout rate. The effects are visible in the municipalities with a higher rate of poverty. After some years of the intervention, we have had improvement, better educational schooling levels, better than the national average. And also a recent study with UNDP and UNICEF, we found that the probability of multidimensionally poor was much lower in homes that had received some of these social programs. And proportionally, there's an increase in the time that students remain in the STUMs, and if there are other programs involved as well. So we recognize the need for integrated social protection with different components. Regarding the challenges, we have found that students who had the possibility for transfers and the school also being provided timely, but they were not motivated to study. That demands monitoring, socio and emotional monitoring locally, which also has implications for the financial sustainability and monitoring of the households on the need to find out what is the motivation, the causes of their lack of motivation, and what could motivate them to stay in school. In some municipalities, we were able to have a 15% increase in enrollment, but it's still a challenge. And the coverage of transfer programs on a national scale is still very low. And finally, this educational centers are a privileged center for convergence of a community, and they are a propitious environment to contribute to reducing poverty and to promote health security, food security, and integration in the community, as well as food lunches and health. The goals go far beyond food, but to reduce dropout rates, improve academic outcomes, and as I said, the teachers, when we are promoting these programs in schools, we can say that there's no teacher is so marvelous that they can improve kids' learning process if they don't have the neurons to be stimulated. Thank you for your excellent contribution. And the schools are the space where many of the social policies reach people in the early life cycle of children and adolescents. And now, Mr. Dubai, we'll see if you would like to go any further deeper into the social dialogue mechanisms to increase your social policies in the field of education and health. 2 minutes. I'd like to start talking about what my colleague, especially from OECD, said. My child has the same problem. My son, that was hard for him to write in Uruguay after that was detected.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I would like to thank all of the panel members for your remarks, and any further interventions or comments will be accommodated later.
Good afternoon to everyone. In the name of the Minister Wellington Dias, we have the honor here to chair another panel, panel 4, the social protection systems and resilience. And it's a pleasure for me to give the floor to the moderator, Almudena Fernandez, Chief Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Development Program. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'll be speaking in Spanish. First of all, to give a cordial welcome to our panel members, Minister George Wilbert Brandt, Minister of Social Affairs in Haiti, Andre Quintal, National Secretary of the Ministry of Social Development in Brazil. Alexandre de Cunha, the Coordinator of Public Affairs as Secretary of Social Affairs in Honduras. And Quindas Monsal, Regional Director of Latin America and Caribbean of the UN Program for Human Settlements. Thank you very much for being with us. And Silva de Paiva, my colleague from UNDP, will help us with the moderation of the interventions. The methodology for this panel is that I will make a presentation with a few slides, and then I'll open up for each of the panel members to make their remarks. This panel talks about social protection systems and resilience, focusing on how social protection systems can generate more resilient systems. That's an issue we talked about in the past 2 days of this conference as being fundamental, the systems of social protection as a backbone for social development and also to soften the shocks. And we want to intensify our discussion on what are the concrete things among social policies and for protection we can do to make more resilient societies. So the information I'll share with you comes from the findings of our regional development report that we're about to launch in a few weeks. If you're interested in hearing more, we have some summaries available in the UNDP table in the back of this room. So why focus on resilience? Why is this so important? One important thing to highlight is that Latin America is a region that has made slowly in that progress of human development, that capacity to become a region of high human development. The poverty has been reduced significantly to half in recent decades. What we see is, as I mentioned this morning, there is a gap in the vulnerable population that is still very high, and it has not been reduced in these decades. We had public policies that have been very successful for reducing poverty, but the vulnerability gap can be measured in several different ways. Here we measure by income, and it's maintained, it's consistently over time. So how to continue advancing in well-being and social development? We are still reducing poverty. That's an effort that's very slow in the past decades, but we have this issue of vulnerable people who are unable to get out of this state of vulnerability and join the middle class. And one important thing is that this is particularly relevant today because in the region we have growing uncertainty. And there are different indicators that show us that uncertainty worldwide has increased. In recent decades, it's more than doubled worldwide, and Latin America consistently has more uncertainty than the rest of the world. So that's why in the Human Development Report we're about to launch, to publish, we're seeing a new era of uncertainty in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's becoming more frequent and more intense, and there are more losses, but that is combined with new threats that come from different transitions that our societies are going through, transitions that have to do with new technologies that are changing how our societies work at a very fast, new threats that have to do with societies that are more and more fragmented, and new threats that have to do with climate that is changing faster and faster. So that all combines and interrelates with structural problems in the region that we have been speaking about these days of low productivity, high inequality, and new era of uncertainty where the adverse events and shocks overlap with each other. So, in that current context, we believe on the traditional instruments for reducing poverty towards those that can build more resilience in a more active way. So one important issue for us is that much of the people in the in the workforce in the region that are not poor but do not have access to social protection through formal labor. So somehow there's a group of the population that's left out of social protection policies that do exist today. So in a study done some years ago, we would talk about that this is a large share of the workers that are not necessarily poor, but they do not have formal employment to have access to the contributory social services, and nor to the non-contributory services. And they are vulnerable and become poor easily. And we had, this is recent data. We see that there's a lot of heterogeneity in the social records regionally, so it shows the need for flexibility in the social programs. We're also seeing that more traditional social programs have not been designed to deal with covariant shocks such as economic crisis, pandemics, and climate disasters that simultaneously affect broad segments of the population and that we see more and more often. So that's why we propose, coming out of report 3, from major areas where we have to think about how to build resilience in public policies and institutions, and also infrastructure, how to have an infrastructure that can build more resilient societies. There's much progress in social progress, combining social production with the reducing risk of disasters from climate change, for example. That's an important step, but we must go beyond, not just worrying about shock from climate change, but all the shocks that society may confront. And just to conclude, there are several critical areas that have to do with social adaptive programs, such as the programs themselves, also the institutions, public finance, and how those systems are financed, and also the alliances built amongst different sectors in different parts of government. I think my final message is that these social protection systems that build resilience demand agility and flexibility to adapt to many different threats and must be supported by solid and interoperable information systems with foreseeable funding, interinstitutional coordination to be able to give quick answers. So I give it back to Luis to moderate. Thank you. All right, Andena, thank you for your presentation. During this session, we won't have 2 rounds of questions and answers. Instead, we will have 4 questions, guiding questions that we will ask. And the participants, please feel free to give your approach from 7 to 10 minutes if you think that's adequate. If the guiding questions are, what is the meaning of
So I think I can construe your silence as a full understanding of everything that has been approached, or maybe the delegations are just tired. Peru.
Eu estou ouvindo barulho desse microfone. Okay. First of all, my greetings from Peru to the organizers at the head table. I agree with the final point that the regional director, Joaquim Velasquez, just rose, about territorial integration. This is important because I represent a government, but I'm an employee of the Ministry of Transportation, and if there's no connectivity through highways, bridges, railways, ports, airports, and shipping as well, if we don't have that, we will not be able to achieve human social development that's inclusive. My country has more than 2,500 peasant communities, more than 50 or native First Peoples. With all of them, we are a multi-ethnic country, and social inclusive social development has to include them, not just gender and race, but include them as communities, that they be parties, that they be the living face of social development that we seek for our peoples. And territorial integration here coincides as something that's fundamental that we need for the next 5, 10, 15 years. And all of us here, and I raise this for discussion, that at the next document to be drafted, that we considered that aspect, that without territorial integration, there is no inclusive social development. It's fundamental to deal with territory. It's innate, and it is born and dies with the men, and we're part of that, I believe. Thank you. Thank you very much to the delegate from Peru. Any other delegations who might like to speak up? Well, Ecuador. Yes. What drew my attention, I'd like to ask if you could go further into the single registry described for focusing on the beneficiaries, because I was concerned about the self-definition that people generally say, or the self-qualification, and that might generate, in certain cases, mistakes in focusing or in inclusion or exclusion. I don't know if you could talk about how that single registry is made, whether it is done by the institutions or whether it includes the issue of self-identification or qualification of people who want to be part of this system. Thank you. One of the panelists who mentioned this, maybe you could answer that question. Precisely in Honduras, we've had an experience for getting into the single registry system, and considering that connectivity, we tried to integrate the self-registration. It did not work. It really did not work. And that's why I was mentioning that the Social Development Secretary had to mobilize into the Sula Valley to be able to administer this and reach the people, the individuals who really needed this type of benefit. What's complex about these systems, the single registry systems, is that for us to be able to generate data that have the quality we need, the person has to be very well informed about how they can join the registry system. And since it's very complex and very long, these processes tend to not fill the forms out appropriately. So we've tried to work with self-registration, but at the same time considering that when necessary, the Secretariat and the institutions must be able to mobilize to facilitate access for people into these social services. That's the idea, although we want to make it as operational and easy as possible for people to have access to their social rights. That's an important observation and concern. We know of the importance of these registries for a number of public policies. In Brazil, we have a national single registry for social programs, and that single registry is carried out precisely in the reference centers for social assistance, CRAS, that I mentioned, that are part of the single social assistance system. In addition to the CRAS, as I mentioned, the 9,000 centers spread around the country in almost all municipalities have these centers, or more than one. And there are also specific offices for registry, about 3,000 of them, that are also linked into this single system of social assistance. That single registry, the person goes into the space, the office. The registry can also be done at people's homes by registrars, or people will go into the registry offices. There are several fields to be filled in this form, in this relationship. The income is self-declared, but that registry is integrated with other registries, including registries that can detect income and income taxes being paid, and income declarations. And also we need to say that every 2 years these registries must be updated, so that registry is a reference for more than 30 programs of users. It does have a cutoff point. It's not for the entire population. It's a single program for social programs, and the priority is for the people whose income is below half of a minimum wage, and this is a reference for programs such as People's Pharmacy, Family Stipend, Benefits for Continued Protection, My House, My Life, which is a housing program, discounts for electric power, for basic sanitation, and now for the supply of gas as well, bottled gas. And this is a tool that's very important. And in the current government of President Lula, our Minister Wellington, was a key focus for us to give the municipalities and the local operators of these registries, to give them the conditions, the ability to improve the quality of the registers. So we have a program as part of social assistance to strengthen the single registry, that registry system. I, as an administrator, can say that this is one of the most important tools that guides our work. That does not replace, though, and does not keep specific systems for public policies from having other registries as well. This single health system, SUS, has its own health registries. Social assistance is in the process of implementing a specific record of social assistance where you bring in information, complementary information, complementary to the basic structural data in the single registry. So that's the single registry is a reference, but it does not keep other public policies from having their own registries. But it's important that these separate registries interact with the national registry. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And we open the floor again. If anyone else would like to speak. Costa Rica. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all, particularly to the head table. I would have some remarks about this concept that little by little we're getting more familiar with, the concept of resilience. At least what we've seen in Costa Rica is that this is a concept that as we get to know it better, we realize that it has many problematic sides to it, not just environmentally, as the minister from Haiti mentioned in his remarks on natural disasters, but also it's a concept that has to do with other variables, economic resilience, social resilience. And today we're experiencing these times that are so nervous, where we fight about everything and every day and we're mad at everyone all the time. So it seems like we still have a lot to learn about more concrete definitions and specific definitions in terms of what we deal with in social policies to understand resilience. This is an approach that I think obliges us necessarily in all institutions or many institutions to work together. We cannot work on resilience unless you want to, we cannot work on it with a single approach or a single office, but we cannot define resilience in an isolated manner in social area. We have to be linked with other institutions, with housing, national emergency committees, like infrastructure committees, as mentioned by the minister just now, the women's institutes on the issue of resilience to violence and so on. So I would repeat, for the particular case of Costa Rica, we have still not come to the point of having a definition that allows us to cover all the different approaches. For me, it's a concept that I love. It's enchanting, but it obliges us in the hierarchies, in the upper echelons, in the state overall to work hard together, because working together should seem natural day to day. That's so easy to do, but in practice, we realize that nothing is like that. It's not natural, nor very easy, nor do we do it every day. It's rather the contrary. So the concept is enchanting, as I said. I try to make it more well-known, and I do a lot of advertising for a resilience approach, because it sounds like a concept that is helpful for us to change forms and modes of working and of understanding in this world that is so cyclical and with everything stuck in different drawers, separate compartments, and we forget many other factors that are side factors, directly or indirectly having impacts on social development, to which we hope would be inclusive. So thank you very much for your remarks. And this is a concept that we still, as we say in Costa Rica, we have to chew on it a lot more. We thank the delegate from Costa Rica for your remarks. Is there any other delegation that would like to take the chance? All right, then I'll give the floor to our chairman to conclude. Thank you for the support. I would like to thank our panel members for their presentations and the examples on how, in very different contexts, it is possible to structure actions, programs, policies, and systems for social protection and be out in front of and to respond to shocks. Also thank the delegations, and to say that in a few more minutes we will begin with 2 side events. Thank you very much.